Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Uh-oh, my friend back. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all, I have a confession to make before I start my good mornings. So when we got off live last night, I was so sleepy. Like, it was terrible. I could tell that I didn't get sleep the night before. So I took an Epsom salt bath because, of course, I had been sitting in a chair for 13 hours. I took this Epsom salt bath. Oh my God, the bath was amazing. I take the bath, guys. I asked my niece, I'm like, tonight can't be a night that I wake up again at 2 a.m. because I can't do this. Like while we were streaming, I wasn't feeling it. But as soon as I got off, it's like I was a little delirious. Okay. So she said, I got some melatonin. I was like, give it to me. I said, should I take one or two? She said, you take two, you're not gonna wake up for your stream. Okay, great. I took one melatonin. I woke up at 7 o'clock. I did like a couple tweets on X, and then that's all I remember. I woke up at about 7 o'clock, like on the dot. And I just realized I didn't hear my niece leave for work. And I said, oh, she overslept. Checked the location before I jumped up, and it said she was still home because, it has to reconnect. Child, I run back there. That girl is gone. Barchi normally growls if she hears people coming or moving around. Y'all, I didn't hear a thing. And why was the first thing I thought about was this case? I said, not me out here knocked out like Brian and Nicole Albert. Y'all, I didn't hear a thing. Do you hear me? I could not believe it. I woke up this morning. I don't know what's in melatonin, whatever it does. Okay. I see why y'all be giving it to the kids. I see why they get them kids their melatonin. Y'all, when I tell you that's the best sleep I've had in a while. But the first thing I thought about, not me in here knocked out like Brian and Nicole. When I tell you that was some good sleep, but I can't believe I didn't hear anything. Like not one thing. I might need to get my niece the melatonin. Now, she's normally pretty good about going to sleep. But baby, that shit works wonders. I don't remember ever taking melatonin before. But let me tell you, they have spray. Now, y'all doing a lot. So y'all just out here spraying the kids in the face? She said my son has to take one every weeknight, or he will be up all night. Damn. Y'all spraying them kids in the face with melatonin? I need to. Valerie read my mind. I said, damn it, I need to get Barchi some. I need to. If y'all talking about you spraying in the face, let me tell you something. I'll be on this live. Barchi barked the wrong way. Y'all just see me spraying it. They got spray? It's pillow spray. Child, I'm gonna have to get some of that. Y'all, that was some really great sleep. I'm so excited to be on this stream this morning. I am like very well rested and I'm ready. Oh God, Jasmine said, I used to talk so much about moms giving their kids melatonin, but baby, my daughter gonna take a gummy every now and then. And that's your business. That's your business. If that melatonin put them kids out like I was out last night. Now, DJ Mommy got a whole click. She says spray and baths. Where was this when LJ was a kid? Where was this? Hey, Summer, where was this when LJ was a kid? You mean to tell me I was out here struggling and there was some spray I could have sprayed on that boy pillow? Y'all, LJ used to do shit when he was little. If I was out, I'd tell him get in the bed. I think he could hear me walking in, and I just go check on him. And as a parent, when your kid is asleep for real when they're faking. Or sometimes he would be so dumb, he'll come in and say, oh, Mom, I just woke up. No, you didn't. That's not a I just woke up voice. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Kiara said melatonin does the opposite for her child. Kiara, I remember I had to travel with Barchi, and they were like, just give her. They put I think Benadryl in her water, and was like, oh, it'll make her sleep. That was the worst trip I ever took in my life. That dog did not sleep. Okay, so I don't think that stuff works for her. THC gummies, child. I don't think I want no THC gummies, plans and pens. Do you want me? I'd be out here. The last time I had an edible, I said, God, if you get me through this, I'll never do it again. So I got to keep my word to the Lord. THC gummy too close to an edible. I told God I'd never do it again. But good morning, Emmy. Hey, Niara. Hey, Summer again. Hi, Erica. Hey, Jasmine. Thank you guys so much for being on the stream with me today. Y'all know we're doing day 10, 11, and 12 possibly for the Karen Reed trial. Thank you guys for being here and rocking with me yesterday because y'all was here yesterday too. Good morning, JT. Good morning, Kristen. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning, Alex. Hey, Lexi. It's Friday. It is, y'all. I can't believe we got through a whole week of streaming. Like, this is amazing. Good morning, Lee. How are you this morning? There go my friend. Too Pretty, thank you because you always remind me. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here, Too Pretty. Thank you. Hey, Becca. How are you this morning? Let me see who else. Of course, good morning, Val. Val, did you have to fight any trolls last night? I was asleep, so I didn't see. Good morning, Autumn. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Kiara. Hey, Jackie. Good morning, Jackie. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, T-Friend. Good morning, Kiana. Good morning, Gibson girlfriend. I don't know if I saw you in the chat in a while. Good morning, TL Goldie. How are you? Hey, Jazz. Hey, Kira. Hey, Sharita. Now, Barchi, you really cutting up now. Valerie, that's why I was late, guys. I did everything I was supposed to do. I got up, I made my smoothie. I've got 2 water bottles because I don't think I was drinking enough water yesterday. So I do have that, and I've got lunch. I'm gonna get some for lunch. So I'm prepared to be on here for a little minute. Good morning, Chatty. Good morning, Marina. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Shay. Hey, Missy. How are you this morning? Of course, Forrest Dump. How are you this morning? Hey, Trish. I'm trying to make sure I got everybody who's in my comments so far. Good morning, Vitra. And I want you guys to remember, it's been a minute. I know my roll call gets on y'all nerves sometimes, but a lot of us work from home. Well, I guess this is my work. A lot of us work from home, so we're not seeing coworkers every day. So we're speaking because some of us, this is the only good morning you're going to get. This is the only good morning you're going to get. Good morning, excuse me. How are you? Hi, Rita. How are you? Hey, Blackbird, good morning. I slept too hard, Megan. I just saw you coming, baby. It's really scary that I slept like that, but I might start taking that melatonin about 10 so that I can get back on my schedule. Because if I'm streaming this long, the only way I'm going to work out is to go to the gym at 6 or 7 in the morning. So I'm not tripping about it, but child, I just need to be aware. I got to tell my kids, hey, call somebody else because I can't be out like that with kids. That's just crazy. Erica, I need a good morning, T. Lynn. How are you? How are you this morning? Thank you for being here. I'm trying to catch up on comments now that I've spoke. Good morning, Jaleesa. You've been on the road since 3? Are you? Well, oh, damn, you coming from Texas. Have you made it yet, Jaleesa? It's Have Safe Travels. Good morning, Plans and Pens. And good morning, Crystal. Good morning, India. Good morning, Georgette. Hey, Paris. Those sleep gummies are good too, child. I'm going to get some. Good morning. There go my girl. Good morning, Ash K. Good morning, Melissa. How are you doing today? Hello, Crime Addict. No, Crime Trial Addict. Oh, I like that name. Good morning. We are starting with Brian Albert today. Good morning, Trish. It's Brian Albert, child. So we're going to have to see what Big Brian Line ass son got to say today. Good morning, Amir. It's TGIF friend. Let me see. Hey, Caitlyn. How are you? Are we streaming this weekend? Yes, I am. Now let me tell you, I think I'm gonna do about 12 because I have to mail out my shirt order. So I need to go to the post office first, and then after post office, then I'm going to stream. I'm really excited to you. I know I normally don't stream long on the weekends, but because I'm playing catch up and they already have like 8 jurors, so I'm trying to hurry up. Good morning, Monique. How are you? Hey, Kirsten. Jazz. I don't know if I spoke, so I'm gonna say, hey, good morning, Jazz again. Good morning, Gwen. Hey, Paula. Hey, Shalon. Good morning, y'all. So good morning to everybody. Good morning, Tracy. People who are watching in the cut. Good morning of you all. Watch the last part of the stream. I tried to go back and watch the last part of the stream. What happened? Ash, what you mean? Hold on, y'all. And y'all, let me tell y'all, my nephew tried to be funny and he bought me some YSL perfume for my birthday. When I tell you, it smells so good. It smells so good. So yes, I do put it on to just sit in the house. The last part of my stream here, they probably said it was too long. Days 5 and 6. Damn, what happened to my stream? Baby, I'm missing like 2 hours. I'm gonna see if they email me. I have a community partner at YouTube now, so maybe I can email him and ask him. Thank you for letting me know, Ash. Hold on, y'all, and give me one. Y'all, what happened to let's watch my stream? Hey, Melissa. Thank you so much, Melissa. Hey, Jaquita, how are you? I hope I said that right, because it might be Waquita. You know, people get y'all get real creative. Hey, Lacey Ann. Y'all, I gotta figure out what happened to the last part of my stream. Okay, stay awake and stay off that phone, Jaleesa. Good morning, Miss Davis. Y'all, I'm gonna have to email my community partner manager and ask him why 2 hours of my stream is just gone. Like, it's just gone. How did that happen? I want to know where my stream, where it went. It's the whole 2 hours gone. I mean, just a whole damn 2 hours. That's crazy. Man, was I on too long or something? I don't know, y'all. I'm still learning YouTube. But when I figure it out for other people that stream, I'll make sure that you know, because I'm still learning myself. So when I figure out why, it is Wakita. No. It's not fine. Wakita, we like to get the names right over here, okay? Because I don't want you calling me Melanie to your friends. Because my name is Melanie. So call me Melanie. Call me what my mama named me, okay? What's that movie? He said, your mama call you Melanie, I'm gonna call you Melanie. So Wakita. Y'all gets real creative with these names because 12-hour limit. Thank you, friend. Then that's it. Okay. Oh God. But I did say this morning, I said, y'all can't do past 12 hours. 13 and a half hours is just a little insane. I really coming to America. Yes. I really think I just couldn't stop. You know how you binge watching something and you have to keep going? I could not end. Oh no, not Mariah. I could not end with Brian Albert's, like half of his testimony I didn't see. I couldn't do that. Really, BG? I'm gonna have to see what was going on with I gotta see what was going on. Give me just a second, y'all. All right, we're good to go. I gotta figure out. I'm gonna email my community partner. I think I told you guys I went to a YouTube sponsor boot camp recently. YouTube, like, they just messaged some creators, I guess, and said, hey, we see you don't have memberships turned on, which is why, if you've been following me, you're just now seeing memberships. I was really scared to turn on memberships, partly because I do believe if you are becoming a member to a channel, I need to provide some added value. So now that I have my memberships turned on, I have to do some exclusive content for members, and I really do have some great things in the works for members. A lot of my members only content will drop 24 hours earlier for people. I'll do some exclusive some lives, and it's a lot of stuff coming. But yes, that's why if you've been here, I just turned on memberships probably this month while I was in the YouTube boot camp. It was like a thing. Turn them on. So I have them turned on, and I just really appreciate all of the support, because y'all been asking me for this for a month. I mean, for months, and I was just too scared to do it. I thought it was going to be much harder than it was. It wasn't hard at all to turn it on, but it just gives me added motivation to bring more content for you guys. So yes. Val, Val, when I started memberships, I knew I wanted to watch Karen, but I didn't think I was going to watch it streaming. I thought I'd probably do some recaps, but I think I have to credit you, Val, again for your tweets. I was like, okay, I got to go see what's going on. I got to go see what's going on. Y'all, they have 10 jurors now. 5 men, 5 women. Y'all have 10 jurors now. That is crazy. I can't believe that. Crime Addict, it's on my homepage. I tried to look for it yesterday too. I'm going to have to look at it from my phone. Let me see. Hey, Crystal. Good morning. Yes, y'all. So y'all know we starting with Big Brian's son today. And he will be up. Hold up. I got to reorganize some things. We got our chart up there in case we need it. Okay, guys. Now, I hope everybody, I have my smoothie here. I got my smoothie. I got my water. I got my chapstick here. I'm ready. So if you are at home, make sure you have your breakfast this morning, whatever you do in the morning, because we're going to be here for a minute. I'll at least be on until, I'm going to say about 8. I need to be off at least 7, 8, because when I get off the stream, y'all, I don't want to do anything. And there are people like, hey, girl, where are the reactions? Where are the updates? I have so many notes. So I would definitely want to be off today by 7:30, 8 at the latest. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Amir. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to be off because I've got to go update my TikTok people and my people on X, and I do shorts. So 7:30, 8 o'clock is the latest I'm going to be on here. If I end sooner, okay, cool. But I at least want to be off. I was like, man, you got to work this like a job, because you can't sit at that computer all day. I will. I love this community so much. I will. So I'm not doing that. I'm going to do my best to not do that today. But we are with Brian Albert, you guys. This is the very end of day 10. We'll probably end with Brian Albert, and then we'll start on day 11. Hopefully day 11 isn't that long. Actually, let me check it. Let's see. Oh, God, y'all. Day 11. Hold up, y'all. Because we might get to day 13, actually. We might get to day 13. I don't know. We might get to day 13. We just might. Erica, I got to be, yes, Erica. If you got to help me, friend, you got to help me. I have to get off this stream because I will sit here and I forget, like, I have other channels. Some people aren't able to be on the stream, so they depend on my TikTok updates, stuff I'm putting on Twitter. So yeah, and it's so crazy. My TikTok is a little stagnant right now because you've got to get back in the algorithm. My X account is going crazy right now. I haven't seen this much traction on my X since ASAP the ASAP Rocky case, though. Definitely got to make sure I'm doing my updating everywhere. So again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Hey Ashley. Hey Ashley. Y'all, we starting Brian Jr. now.
In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured.
I didn't do that, y'all. Hold on. Brian. I don't know why I skipped to that man.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe I think it's about a year, since last May.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canton?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton, if anyone did you live both?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
I'm sorry. Now he works in IT. Not that man works in IT. Y'all,
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
you remember.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th, what, if any, significance do those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few friends over from my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th of 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 20.
Let me tell you something. It's him getting up here acting like he gotta really think about some shit. It's him getting up here like he really gotta think about. Oh damn, 2 years ago, shit, I'm 38 now. 2 years ago, I had to be about 36. Maybe 36. Like, sir, stop it.
23? 23, I think.
Yeah, get
23.
Now, in the week leading up to that weekend, what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of it?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening of January 28th, that's at some point people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that your friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friend group that came to your house that night?
The first two were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levenson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
And with respect to them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household or your family or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
You know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
Now, Ms. Levenson and Ms. Nagel, how long have you known them?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. Well, in between there.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did yourself and your guests, did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking. Yeah.
Recall, generally speaking, what people were drinking?
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned that some other friends came about a half hour or so after Julie and Sarah arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are. Do you want their full names or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine Duty. Catherine Duty. Trying to think. Emily Fabiano. Courtney Alba. And I think that's it that I can recall as I sit here.
And with respect to those other friends, how did you know them? How long did you know them?
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school together. So the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to having your friends over your house, was where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out. Probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your prospective friends that you were testifying come over to your house, do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
With respect to your cousin, Colin, his last name is Albert as well.
Yes.
How is he related to you?
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
And his father would be Christopher Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
He's older, younger?
Is Colin younger than me?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
Maybe 17, I think.
So was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
And
Okay, my only problem with this is he's saying he called to say, "Are you still at your house?" He had no plans other than leaving the house. Y'all get what I'm saying? So why would he say, where did he think you were going if your plan was to have the kickback at your house?
with regard to earlier at your house, when you indicated that your mother went out to the waterfall, she went out with Julie Albert, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far as Colin is concerned, Julie is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And as far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them that you knew of?
Yeah, Colin knew some of them just from being in the same town. And Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the greatest, some of the girls that were there. So that's how he knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother is also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And now when Colin came over to the house, as far as the things that you were describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Now, with respect to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and the family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume it's the bathroom. But that's really it. We didn't go anywhere else than that first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down to the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some points, your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came to your house. Is that right?
Yes. So first a group of my friends had left my house. And I think that was probably around, they were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there. So I would say probably around 11:10. A few select people left the house to go home. So at that point, it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levenson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point
Thank you, Autumn, for becoming a member. Thank you so much.
shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight, I would say, maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off?
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to the other people that you were talking
Well, I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there, though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
Well, I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there, though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlyn, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, when, in relation to that, when did Colin leave the house?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Alli's picking me up." And so I knew who Alli was because she's my cousin.
And what is Alli's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
She Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my.
Ashley, pause for what? What happened? She said, Mel, pause. You can't say pause, and don't put something right after it. Because what I just tweeted is something people were saying in my comments. The comments start to make money. I mean, not money, make sense when you're looking at it, because people kept saying, oh, 12-10, 12-10, 12-10. So far, we've heard Brian Albert say it, Nicole Albert say it, his daddy say it. Now Brian Albert Jr. is saying, oh, I wrote it down already. Ashley. I mean, I wrote it down. I tweeted it because I'm tweeting too to go back and do my videos. So I'm tweeting as I'm watching so that I can keep track of what's going on. 12-10. They all agreed that 12-10. She said you get your, no, I think what it is, T-Friend, when I looked at Ashley names, I don't know if you can see members, if y'all see this, but for me, members have like this, it looked like a dollar sign turned or something. I don't know if y'all could see that, but I can see that. So that's what I was reading her comment, and I see that. There's no way. And Alli McCabe, that is, y'all say that's Jen's daughter. Super chat on. Yeah, my super chat's on. Yeah. There's stars for y'all. Okay, it starts for y'all, but it's not like a S, but I don't know if y'all ever seen Nipsey Hussle's All Money In shirts. It looks like the way the dollar sign looks on Nipsey Hussle's All Money In, but it's turned like sideways. That's why I said money, because that's what I'm looking at. But yeah, everybody is saying this 12-10 definitely sounds rehearsed. 12-10 is so specific. I mean, if people would say, I don't know, it was between like 12-10, 12-15, something like that, but everybody is saying exactly 12-10. Kiana says she can see it when the comments come on the screen. That's what they look like for me.
My mom's side.
And so Colin would be your cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And following your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were, in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home, and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up. And yeah, we were all just in that one area.
And following their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then
Tiffany, I'll go check it. I'm on the stream, so no, I hadn't been on Instagram. I'm probably only on here and X while I'm streaming, but I'll definitely go check it and respond. But also somebody else made a point. All these drunk people remember 12-10. Come on. Please come on. All of y'all out here drunk and you remember 12-10 specifically. Like you looked at your phone and said, oh, it's 12-10, Colin's leaving. Nobody is buying it. You don't know what time he left for real. Nobody's buying it. And this whole thing about the mama cleaning up. This whole thing about the mother cleaning up. Wait a minute. Y'all, I'm looking. I see 12-10 is the gayest of gays lies of all time. Even RuPaul, like, no. It's y'all. Why do y'all think they keep bringing up that this woman was cleaning up? Why y'all think they keep bringing it up? They keep bringing up the fact that this damn woman, I remember that song, Val. They keep bringing up that she was cleaning up, and I refuse to believe. I don't care what y'all say in Karen Reed Universe. If I'm drunk, I'm not cleaning up. Hell, I might be looking for some food, but you're definitely not about to get a deep clean out of me when I'm drunk. Sorry. Y'all, not just cleaning up, y'all. They're insisting like this woman came in and fully and wanted to do a deep clean. Paris, you just be out here cleaning up. Somebody said bleach smell. Okay, Paris says she be out here cleaning up. Paris says she is out here cleaning. I'm not doing it, y'all. In fact, I'm probably the junkiest when I'm drunk. It's probably shoes, clothes everywhere.
I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your auntie JJ and your uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that
Thank you, Alli.
their arrival? Was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the Alli that Colin was picked up by, what if any relationship does she have to your auntie JJ and your uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as when was it that the last person who didn't live at your house on Fairview Road? When was it that the last person?
Time out. Hey, Kiki. Thank you for becoming a member, Kiki. Thank you. And Kiki says she's a drunk cleaner. Girl, I can't do it. I'm not able.
The last.
Look at him.
I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlyn, is that?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like sibling. So she didn't live in the house. So she was the last person to leave.
And prior to her leaving is when your auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, and
Yes. Yeah.
so with respect to after your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware of?
No one.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area of the house?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how is it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there. So I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from...
Wait, are you guys, do you think, is he trying to say that was Karen's car? He looked out of his window and he knows he saw Karen's car? Is that what he's trying to say? I need to make sure I'm there. It seems like he's trying to say, I was at the table. I looked out the window and like, damn, I don't recognize that car. And it was a SUV-ish type car. Baby, I know you got to be shitting me. Oh, damn. So they using Brian Jr. to put Karen at their house. Oh, my God. You got to be shitting me. Y'all, they using him who had been drinking that drink y'all say put you on your ass, White Claws. He had been drinking White Claws, but he knows he remembers seeing an SUV, probably Karen's, which he never seen, all the way from his kitchen. Brian Higgins has a Jeep, and Higgins' Jeep is white, right? Dark Jeep Cherokee Higgins. He looks like a White Claw drinker. I don't even know what a White Claw is, y'all. It's not a secret. Karen was there. Yes, but they are using him to make, baby. And Higgins has a white Jeep with a plow on it. Okay. Wait, the SUV Junior talking about was another police vehicle. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Did he say that, or is this something that came out, y'all? I can't move on until I get a grasp of what the hell. The car he's talking about right now, is it Karen's or is it a police vehicle? I'm about to cut the stream off because this is too much. Okay, thank you. All right, we can go.
So with a group of people either in the kitchen or in the house, could you observe near a window or a door that was looking on that?
I believe my uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
Now, with regard to being out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Oh, that would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything, no.
And as far as looking out the windows and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked out one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie, if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would.
Time out, y'all. Hey, Bia, y'all be sneaking in here on me. Bia, thank you so much for becoming a member. Bia, you must have been in the cut, friend, because I have not seen you in the comments, and you normally will pop out in the comments. And I haven't seen y'all. Think I don't be knowing y'all up in here. I told y'all we a family. And if you come in here long enough and I see your name, I'm going to remember if you pop out. So, hey, Bia, because I haven't seen you in a minute, friend.
Say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way. It went down that way towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway in behind the SUV as it once it had moved from that initial position to the following position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends, Julie and Sarah, that were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home, do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt, J.J. McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlyn, who you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed. Do you know about what time it was that you went to bed?
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to the layout of the house?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle with the back side.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to your waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning of the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything specifically that you guys talked about, following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
When you came downstairs into the main first floor area of the house, what or who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the house?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, do you know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Judy?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school.
Yeah, I really do believe this part of the story. I'm sorry. This is a part of the story. I know people saying donuts, everything was closed. She could have gotten them Friday. I do believe this part about the donuts. I'm sorry, y'all. I do believe this part of the story because did y'all see him? And for those of you guys that said that he's a part of the LGBTQ plus community. I hope I said it right. He was like, oh yeah, this right here, I'm sorry. In spite of everything that was going on, that man is happy about them donuts. Y'all think I believe the donuts.
School. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box and a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those as far as the donuts and the card and everything at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by.
It's crazy, y'all. These some sick people. Can you imagine? your daddy waking you up to tell you it was a dead body in your front yard and you still geeked up about 6 damn donuts? Hey, Nikki. Something wrong with these people. Something is wrong with this man. It's a dead body in his yard. Your daddy woke you up to tell you it's a dead body. We just found, allegedly, your daddy woke you up. And you say, damn, a dead body? Hold that thought, Daddy. Let me run out here and see if TT done put my donuts in the car. That's some sick shit. I'm sorry. Amir talking about this feels rehearsed. Amir, that's even worse. That's even worse. I do believe the donuts. I do believe the donuts. What I can't believe is him still being excited about the damn donuts when it was literally a dead man in his yard. What? Keisha said them people never went to sleep. And the fact that Jen say, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do our normal. I know that man died. Because that's not her friend. I know that man died. But where Brian Jr. donuts at? Because I got to put them donuts in the car. You got to be shitting me. Hey, Kissing Pink, you got to be shitting me.
Dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
May I approach?
Yes.
Y'all, this shit is sick. I'm sorry. This is not normal. Queen, yes. Yes. So let us just take it. But she had been called already. Y'all, this is a man.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself. And then
Okay.
look up what you think.
Okay.
Brian Jr. looks like a big boy, though. Gwen, you might be right, and that's the bad part. He may need to get justice.
And just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Old residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Already.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call multiple seek to introduce and admit as the next board exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Bev looks hungover. Bev always look like she just pissed to be there. Lisa said, now I wouldn't know. Now I'm fucking
Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor? Just a place to clear with now been marked as exhibit 71, 72.
Okay.
Hold on, hold on for a second. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that those 3 photographs be published in succession.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2592. Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you? As I believe it should be exhibit 71, probably.
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is a one-on question that I need to ask as far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening.
Mhm.
how would you describe sort of from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within that?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any tension, anything else that you noted of note with regard to that?
No, not at all.
And I believe, sir, there should be a laser pointer on the desk there in front of you, with the button on top.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question about it with respect to the pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house,
Mm-hmm.
at 34 Fairview Road when you live in, there's basically two doors on the front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe each of those two.
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And the first door sort of further away from the driveway, is that sort of the front door area of the home?
Yes, that's the front door.
And the other door, where does that lead?
The side door leads just right into the family room.
And as far as around this time, January, or on this evening, if you recall, where were people sort of coming in and going out of their house?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, actually, I'm sorry, that's sort of one closer to the garage leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that lead?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then you keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen and the dining room and then sort of into the family room, you just sort of go straight, where does that lead?
Well, you can't really go straight. If you walk in a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, there's stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, around the time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
Chloe.
Yes.
But how long at that point had you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
You know.
Now, on that night, specifically of January 28th leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out to the bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah, sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs. And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot. Because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard, so we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door while she was out?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area, yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
Yes.
Now, if you could, with regards to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of your front yard. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention to where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, his Nagel's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about to observe that?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the darkest you could?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct the jury's attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way, on the side of the road.
Now, if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about in the kitchen area that you were looking out of, you see those in this photograph as well?
Yes, I do.
If you could direct the jury's attention to where you see those.
Those are about right, those two right there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the last photograph from that set. And then look up on the screen so that you have for you now. 7-3.
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 2020, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's off the sort of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize in the area of the mailbox and then further down, you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
Hold up, yeah.
And you really recognize in the area of the mailbox and then further down, you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
And facing the same direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Same passenger side door that was facing your house?
Yeah.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned, at any point in time, did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out the window?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired between the time that you saw it in the area of the mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me just ask just a couple of questions.
Okay.
Those really look like.
Regard to that morning when you woke up, your father was at your door.
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of his person, what if any injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
On my father?
Yes.
Nothing.
Now, at that time, January 28th and January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally, no.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin Jen's daughter.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Miss McCabe's daughters, what if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond sort of your other cousins?
Oh yeah. So for a while, I think when I was in college or maybe the end of high school, I would help out because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more just driving around and stuff like that.
And through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Caitlyn?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah, occasionally when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house. And we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him. And I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
Come on, Cross. Get over running out with Junior's fine ass.
Miss Little, I'm just gonna hold you up 1 minute. I think we probably need spellings of the.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try.
No, baby, we're not buying it. You don't get to be cool with us. If you're new here, just turn your phone down because I'm a little loud. Just turn your phone.
All right. I think that's good. That the first one is correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little.
Thanks, John. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6, 2023, correct?
Damn,
Yes, I believe so.
July.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Hey,
Yes.
Who was present for that interview?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
your lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objections.
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlyn Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when we had it
Baby.
when I was interviewing. She wasn't in the room with me. No.
And that was also the first time they had spoken with your sister as well about these events, correct?
Objection.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury
Objection.
separate proceeding, correct?
The objections.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us, a good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you,
Yep.
Colin Albert,
Yep.
Alli McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Alli McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood.
Oh, look at you.
And do you still have any of the messages you exchanged with your cousin
Nope.
on January 28th?
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages.
Now look at
Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
that.
Next.
He did. Ooh, look at him. I bet he cussing her out of his head. He is flustered. Ooh, son. Ooh, there you go. There you go. It ain't too tight, baby. It's not too tight, baby. It's been the same way your whole.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today? I said that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levenson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
I know that's right.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
How do you know?
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door. And at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Dallas, 40512.
Approximately what time did your dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
Well, that would have been like as soon as he got home. So around like a little after 12.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked towards the door?
Colin had already already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
What's
Your answer
wrong
to that,
with
is
it?
that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time that she was outside, correct?
No, I wouldn't. Not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her brother
Mhm.
to indicate that she no longer needed the ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony
Sure.
from July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18, 2023?
Well, you know, cross always a good sport, though, so I think you're right on time.
May I put your honor?
Yes. So show Mr. Lally.
You could just look at those photographs.
Okay.
And you can look up when your recollection is refreshed.
Okay. Yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you testified to
Sure. Yes.
on May 18, 2023?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure. It seems like I said that then. Yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you viewed those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Sure.
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Who was in the house the second?
I gotta stop because do y'all remember yesterday Brian Albert said, and he said something, I don't have it, I don't know where I put it. Brian Albert said yesterday that it was dark and sometimes the light doesn't work or sometimes they don't even have bulbs. So it's too dark for him to see. Do y'all remember that? Brian Albert testified to that yesterday. They asked him about lights in front of the home. He basically said, oh, it's too dark out there. When I looked, I couldn't see a thing. All for his son to say he saw tire tracks. If his son saw tire tracks, it had to be light out there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see tire tracks. Baby, they ain't get they can lie, but they not that good.
Second time that you looked out the window.
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins,
Listen to his voice.
my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023
Mhm.
in another grand jury,
Mhm.
and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I mean, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window, who was there? And you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point, Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure. Yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I'm going to see a tie bar. If you could bring that, please.
Let me tell you something. Bev couldn't have been on YSL. Do y'all remember when Hilton treated Woody as a hostile witness? So she was literally just reading from like the transcript of his police interviews just for him to say, "I don't recall." Do y'all remember that? Baby, Bev would have shut that shit down. We had about 4 days of that. Bev would have shut that down. She can't read from the transcript. He said this bullshit. Like, she can't read from the transcript.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Leave? You mean like go upstairs, go to bed, or?
Leave your view.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
Now, this is great. I don't understand how they didn't find this woman not guilty. Nothing I've heard points to Karen. It's too, you don't know what to believe.
Mr. Albert,
Did they kill him?
I'd like to show you. May I approach your end? Yes. I can direct your attention to
Right here?
You right,
Okay.
Karen.
All right.
They might be on this string right now. Y'all know every trial I do, these people be fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not knowing how many kids he had.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
You don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No,
correct?
no, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there," correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house?
Depending on,
Kitchen?
yes, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
What?
There's
That's
actually
what.
a wall that kind of blocks the dining room to the stairs, correct?
Not if you're sitting at the two chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see.
Is that where you were?
It's through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what time that happened, correct?
No, I don't know the time. No.
Y'all gotta be kidding me. This some crazy shit. I like Miss Little.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No,
You didn't see any emergency vehicles?
no,
Didn't hear any ambulances?
no,
Didn't hear any screaming outside?
no.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony? from
Sure,
May 18th,
sure.
2023?
Thank you.
Y'all remember when we were watching ASAP Rocky? Joe will be reading stuff from the transcript, and at some point, Relly was like, he would ask Relly a question, and then Relly would say, I don't remember. You got something that you can remember, that you can refresh my memory, because he knew it was coming. Brian, when he was like, I don't recall. Did y'all see his face when she said, with this refresh your recollection? He like, come on. Do they not think people get these transcripts? Like, they get these transcripts for a reason, because we know the memory is just not, it's not the most reliable source. Everything should be documented. So you gotta know she coming, and then look at his face. He like, you have to know she is going to refresh your recollection, sorry, every single time she's going to.
Tell Mr. Lally what page or something.
But I thought the dog was in the closet. He said,
Slides 8 through 12.
go to the closet. I just can't imagine that dog just sitting there while they in the bed doing the do. I was just sitting there. Like, baby, you have to get out the room. I'm
Okay.
sorry. You can be watching me. You have to be in another room. I'm sorry. I don't need to look over and it's a dog just looking at me getting my back blown out. No. I don't want it. Ooh.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure, yeah.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
What?
Is there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
What?
Did you say that this was kind of a new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
What?
And it made you overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easily, so.
That's why BA don't care.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2023?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
My parents.
I didn't, Ashley.
My sister. Occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess I guess you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we faced since then.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continued to speak with them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics. No, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside.
No,
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard.
no,
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn.
no,
But you did see those tire tracks.
I did.
It doesn't make sense.
No further questions.
That's right. Get them going.
No redirect, Your Honor. No redirect.
No, sir.
All right.
Mr. Albert, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Get them going. There's no way he saw those tire tracks. He didn't see John.
Right. Your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Caitlyn Albert to the stand.
Ooh, we getting all the kids today. Let's see if she look like Nicole LeBron. Brooklyn, I'm not. Let's get on up here. Hold on, y'all. I thought she was gonna walk on up.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Okay, Caitlyn, I can kind of see Brian in her too. Okay, girl.
Go ahead, Mr. Roman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlyn Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived
about 3 years.
there? With anyone do you live there?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Mr. Morris, about how long have the two of you been together?
Almost 8 years.
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived before that?
I lived in Canton,
And specifically, where in Canton did you live?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it that you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Geez, I lived there from about 2011 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings do you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for?
I do.
What do you do for?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in
Oh,
the Medicaid
hell.
Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
They all in government, y'all.
Now, ma'am, if I could, excuse me, turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
I actually am not sure that I recall the exact days of the week. Maybe
Right.
Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as your family is concerned, the 29th, what if any significance is that to?
That would be my brother's birthday.
We might want to flip.
And which of your brothers is it whose birthday? that is?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between your brothers?
Little Brian, sometimes, even though he's not so little.
We definitely ain't.
And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekend, what, if any, discussions did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regards to Little Brian's?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us, and then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that was always sort of our plan.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the four of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
Now, what pisses me off about her testimony already, and what's pissing me off about Miss Ma'am here, and I know she just started, is the mere fact that she's up there like, oh, I don't really remember what time. I'm gonna say dinner time. Your brother just told us y'all talk about this quite frequently. It was your daddy and your mama house. You were with your mama. So we know for a fact, you know what time you went. I think that if I were to believe it more, at least with Brian, I guess this may have been, when she talking to her husband, she's like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do when I go up there. At least Brian's testimony, although he lied on direct, you could tell he was prepped, which is fine with me. You want to be a good witness, make sure you say everything right. Okay, great. Cautious when it's unraveled. But at least with Brian, he wasn't up there trying to act like he had to think about much. He just like answering the question. You know what I'm saying? And she up here talking it's about dinner time. Same with her brother. How old was I? I think I was about, oh man, shit, how old? Shit, 22. I was about 23. Like, how old you were. You're never going to forget that birthday. You're never going to forget that birthday.
And as far as drinking was concerned with that night, you're at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the bar?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
And if you recall, as far as that evening at the waterfall, what, if anything, was going on as far as like live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band.
I'm gonna go.
I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined your group when you did?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point my uncle Chris Albert, he ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend.
Thank you, Kay Schmidt, for the 5 Millionaire Male memberships. And if you receive one, please, please, please thank Kay Schmidt in the chat. Thank you so much. Y'all, we got to find this. A White Claw party sounds like a vibe. We might need to do that. Talk about how nasty this is, but they seem to love it.
Brian Higgins also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging out.
Now, and your father and Mr. Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is Dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired.
Uh-oh, now we're having a membership party. Thank you so much, Feminine, for gifting 5 Millionaire Male memberships. Again, if you get a membership, thank my friend back. Thank him back if you get a membership, y'all.
He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on the 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you, for lack of a better term, grew up in or spent some formative years in, had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34 Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in. And at first I didn't know who either of them were. But I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with. And he seemed friendly with the people, that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, oh, who is that? And she said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink? And we said no, and that was pretty much it.
And so when you say you knew of John O'Keefe and sort of the story as you related, do you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. the tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins,
Mhm.
the younger cousin,
Hold on, I have to pause the live because I know y'all did not come in the live and didn't hit the like button. I know y'all did not come in here and let me, they said we sitting at 200 people in here. By the way, if you're new here, my name is Melanie, and we stop, and we talk over here. If that's not your thing, you might want to go ahead and exit the chat. That's quite all right with me. You're right, because we like people who like us over here. It's 220 of us. Chat, that's quite all right. And it's only 133 likes. I know y'all ain't in here not liking the live. Like the live, please. Please do us a favor. It does help me get into YouTube's algorithm when you like the live. And I do think this is one of the best chats out there. You're definitely going to enjoy this chat because we have a ball. We have a ball in this chat, but please, as you enter, please like the live. And again, thank you guys so much for being here. If you have been gifted a membership today, please make sure you thank whomever gifted you the membership in the chat. Thank whomever gifted you the membership in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
speaking of, who are the parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls, and their parents are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
And they were present at the waterfall that evening as well.
Jen and Matt were, yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior to that evening?
I had not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen?
No, I was not.
And if you know about what time was it that they came into the waterfall?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure of time.
But fair to say, the other people that you testified about, as far as your uncles, your aunts, and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Creek came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now,
hold on, y'all. Thank you to everybody who's found me through X. Hey, Christina, because there are a lot of people, and I'm letting y'all slide because this is a shit show. It's a lot of y'all saying, oh my God, watching you see this shit show for the first time is hilarious. So thank you to everybody. I know it's a lot of y'all that are here from X. Thank you guys for being here. This is our community. My name is Mel. My handle is Millionaire Mel. And the millionaires, again, very, very amazing. Somebody put in the chat how they don't play about me. I don't play about them. So please keep it respectful in the chat because, as we like to say, we're ha-ha messy over here. Okay? We are not mean messy. We do not threaten people. And I know some of the Karen Reed people, look. Okay? But keep it cute over here because I do know how to block. Real good. I know how to block. I don't care how many pages you have. I would block. Speaking of, y'all, somebody on Twitter, I think yesterday I said I haven't seen like a lot of like really hate here. I got one of the nastiest comments on X yesterday. He even called me the B word. He called me a black B word. Y'all, the message was so disturbing that he sent to me on X, and he said, I'm going to keep putting these type of messages until you block me, B-word. I said, oh, damn. This is crazy. This is crazy. No, y'all, we're not pointing him out because you don't get that. But I'm saying it gets really nasty in this Karen Reed universe. And they don't just go, oh my God, how could you think she's guilty? Because I welcome a difference in opinion, which is why I don't like to block people. You know, if you're coming in here, you feel different, that's fine. But be respectful. Y'all, the comment was so crazy. I wish I could find it. I wouldn't be able to find it as fast as I wanted to. But the Karen Reed people can be nasty. So I do thank you guys. If you're here, genuinely just to rewatch this trial and just kind of hear how we feel about it, myself and people in the comments. Because the minute you get nasty like that, man, baby, you're getting blocked. I'm going to block and I'm going to get off and I'm going to report your page if you say something nasty. Because I love writing letters. So don't get in here being nasty like that. You're not going to find it, Crystal. Y'all, please. No. I should have blocked the person, but something about you telling me you want me to block you, it didn't sit right with me. I said, I'm not going to block you, baby. You get to see all my ex tweets, okay? I'm not going to block you because you told me to. You told me to. Baby, I'm not blocking you. First of all, he said something. He called me like a black B word, I think. And baby, he looks like he's light skinned with blue contacts. It was real weird. It was, with some 4A hair. It was real weird. I just said, listen, we're not gonna do that.
During the course of the time that you were at the waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversation seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you saw with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, no issues as far as fighting or tension that you observed between the two of them?
Not that I observed, no.
And when you, around 12-ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come to leave and who did you leave with?
So I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left. But I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway and when he parked?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know,
Her daddy said that very same thing.
essentially they're within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled in the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, sort of when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
Next question. Not what you
Girl,
said.
look at her. She anxious
Taking you
to
back
get
to
this.
sort of when you're exiting the waterfall and when you're exiting your parents' vehicle and walking into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather at that time?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down, and I could tell that it was like progressively getting worse.
And so you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you run into your cousin Colin.
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as, how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And when you walk in, you sort of bump into him, where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed,
Not what he told you. Where was he going?
to my knowledge, he was going home.
Objection.
Oh, next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home, how long was it that he was in the home while you were?
I would say
So how long was he in the home when you were
minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself, your mother, your father, is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home, that includes you, your mother, and your father.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else from the waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and two of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area, the friends of your brother Brian, little brother, what were their names?
Sarah Levenson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother, and your father arrived, then Mr. Higgins after that, who, if anyone else from the waterfall, came to the house that you saw?
My Aunt Jen and my Uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your Aunt Jen and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
And when Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your Aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with it?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that evening?
I would say an hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. But yeah, I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks and everyone was just kind of like having a good time, hanging out.
More drinks, and we're supposed to believe their timelines. They just left the damn bar. They've been at the bar since about 7. They've been drinking for about 5 hours. Come home, drink some more.
We said happy birthday to Brian, and that was kind of it.
That's the one thing I believe.
And so at any point in time when you were let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I asked you at the waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house at Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond the people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, or into your parents' house that evening while you were there?
No.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe and or his significant other, Ms. Reed, at any point in time while you were there, did they come into your house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out. So he did that. And then I think there was another period of time where my dad might have been showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins, like family photos of one of my brothers, who's in the Marines. And that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like, there's an open doorway. So it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room, kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
We had 2 years.
The family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash, or how would the dog be let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing, and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
The family room that you were talking about, where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were, as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area? And specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room? Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person?
I was the last person to leave.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there, can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those be?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levenson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was. Probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room kitchen area of the home, at any point in time was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Hear anything, see anything outside of the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on in that area?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
No, let me hear her answer first. Except for what, at one point?
I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
What?
Now, with respect to your aunt
if you're on this live and we're ever at a party, I mean, if you're ever at a party and you call me to pick you up and I get there and you tell me, never mind, never call my phone again for a ride. Now, my youngest son, he's at school, but Mariah, you're at home. And if you're on this live, don't you ever play with me like that. Don't you ever, in a snowstorm, her brother is supposed to pick her up. The brother gets there, and you say, never mind. Don't ever play with me like that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm from the South, and I don't like the cold. I've got to put on 2 pair of socks, some long johns, some pants, some boots, a coat, a hat, a glove, a scarf. I got to heat my car up before I get in it. I got to do all of that before I get to your spot for you to tell me, never mind. Don't ever ask me to come get your ass again. I'm telling you now, I'm not coming.
Jennifer McCabe.
EBS, get in the car.
What, if anything, do you recall her doing with, do you recall her having a cell phone that night?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you recall her doing with respect to that cell phone?
I remember at one point we were standing in the kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh.
No, not what she said.
Okay.
So next questions.
At some point, did you see her talking on the phone?
I did.
And at some point, did you see her texting on the phone?
I'm not sure about texting. I definitely saw her speaking with somebody on the phone though.
And at some point, where did she put her phone in relation to where you guys were in the kitchen and dining?
I'm not sure.
Recall any sort of charger or anything like that in that area of the home?
I don't.
Was my friend up in the car? What you talking about?
Now, as far as who picked you up from the house that night?
My boyfriend.
And Mr. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour, 45 minutes or so after you arrived there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And recall what Mr. Morris was driving on that particular evening?
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Mr. Morris have at that time, if you recall?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
And how was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
Did you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out of the house?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs in the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip. So as far as weather, yeah, I remember it was actively snowing and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Mr. Morris, I'm assuming, backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
When he backs out of the driveway,
Come on, Brooke.
where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
You didn't see him?
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger side facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris is driving away from the home, what, if anything, with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very cautiously 10 and 2. And I remember thinking to myself,
And that's another thing. Why the hell they keep saying 10 and 2 when they're talking about the person driving? That is such a cop thing to say. 10 and 2? I'd be like, man, she was focused hand on the steering wheel. Why the hell they keep hollering 10 and 2?
oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area of the home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, my attention was on him, and we were having a conversation. So I hadn't been looking out the passenger window towards my house at really any point.
So your head was turned towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left
You hear me?
as he's driving away.
Yes.
My 2 pairs.
I have one moment now.
Yes.
Bro, that is so crazy. My mind, y'all know my mama is not here anymore, but it be shit like this that happens. Remember, dang, my mama's not here. And she would be like, girl, go take your butt, baby. Girl.
Christina?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ooh.
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
Oh, I know what 10
On
and 2 is.
January 29th of 2020.
Yeah, I have a driver's license. I do know what 10 and 2 is. I'm saying that that's just that that's like not normal. It's not normal for me to hear people say 10 and 2. But if I were a police officer or someone trying to over-explain something, maybe you'd say 10 and 2. I just don't think that's a normal thing to say. Oh, his hands were on 10 and 2. And T. Lynn just pointed out, this is not Atlanta. 2 inches of snow does not bother people like it bothers us here in Atlanta. We get 1 inch of snow and I'm not getting on the roads because the road's too bad. You get what I'm saying? So for them to keep saying 10 and 2, definitely a rehearsed thing. Like, stop.
22, after you got up that day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th,
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
Proctor interviewed you during that entire year?
All right, so the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
I was not interviewed. No.
No. And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator for an interview regarding what you just testified to here today?
I don't think so.
What?
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
What?
But in May of 2023, you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2023 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if these events happened on January 28th and 29th, 2022, January of the end of January of 2023 would have been a year. And now you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
August.
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months. June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
And it was about a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew
You best
of
breathe.
Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me,
Yes.
um,
Go with this
I
one.
would classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay. So he didn't rise to the level of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
That's an acquaintance.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't like communicate with him regularly. So I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
Yeah.
I guess I would ask, what do you consider an acquaintance? How would you define that?
I would say an acquaintance is someone who you are friendly with and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your testimony before this jury that an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with.
So he's an
Perhaps.
acquaintance.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, this word kicking their ass.
Have you watched any of the testimony in this case prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Okay. Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. I don't really, I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually. So more of like a friend of a mutual friend.
Okay. So, Kate, you would not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend?
She's not a close personal friend of mine.
She was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
All right. So let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend?
Objection.
Why is
I'll
this an
allow
objection? Right.
Your Honor, may we approach?
No, why?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Bro, this shit killing me. Why the hell he got to approach? If Katie is her friend, Katie is her friend. Trying to say close friend. See, baby, take the adjective out and just say friend, baby. Y'all think they probably finna end. Damn, why they up there so long? I'm so sorry for you, girl. Here, Daddy be looking real nice in court too.
Okay, Ms. Albert, you know Courtney Proctor, correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Yes.
You've met her children, correct?
Once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Y'all mean it here.
When Michael Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Yep,
Not that I remember.
girl.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
I did not.
You did.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt.
Oh,
But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
girl, why is that a hard thing?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
No, I'm talking about, let's start over. Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall
Yes.
and you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back
Yes or
to
no?
34 Fairview. Yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
It's not a trick question, son.
In what sense?
Oh,
Plenty of bedrooms.
hell.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
Ooh, y'all hear that deep breath?
And when you made the decision to go there after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Colin Albert inside the home, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Colin Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levenson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder, monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he
Y'all look at
went
him.
after you left him, correct?
Correct.
Hey, Jay.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
This may be a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going past 4?
All right, we'll pause then, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, Ms. Albert, we'll bring you back tomorrow,
Okay.
okay? And ask you to stay here and just let the.
Okay, y'all, we done with day 10. We are done with day. Is this day 11? Day 11 is a quick day. Oh my God. I have no words, y'all. I have no words right now. I still don't understand why there are people out there that say she's guilty. I hadn't seen it yet. There are about 30 days, guys. We have about 20 days to go. We have about 20 or so days to go. And I think we'll be done mid next week. So I think we'll be caught up by the time the trial starts. Honestly, especially if we're doing longer streams, I think we're going to be done. Because some of them are 4-hour days, then there's some 6-hour days, which really is 3 hours, 2 hours. So yeah, it's pointed that something happened in that house. What happened to this being a 5-day case? Erica, they corrected it in the chat and said it was 30 days. Google told me 5 days, but they were in the chat saying no, Mel, it was more like 30 days. So if there's evidence that Karen did something, I just haven't seen it yet. But baby, I'm just so happy because I'm ready to get to Jen. I think we'll get to Jen by tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. Oh, I do have to stop at 7 tonight for real while I'm talking about we'll see how I'm feeling. I got to braid my baby's hair tonight. So, yeah, I don't want her to pop in on this live and say, why you not ready? Okay, y'all.
Tell me where the evidence given to the court and carrying the case down here, should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
Good morning.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I got to do something real quick. Hold on just a second, y'all, because I don't want to not be on screen while we're watching about him asking about Katie. So just a second. Okay, y'all, let's go.
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Hmm.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right.
Yes.
So you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014.
Yes.
It is now 2024.
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued
Look at
at
the
least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between,
Doesn't matter.
but
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period,
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah,
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
it would mean
I
that
get it, though.
we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends. So I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Okay. And it would have been a surprise to you that she showed up at whatever place you were at in those 3 years? Is that your testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to
You
me.
would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that?
yes,
Go ahead and answer.
yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes,
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
But I got it. Renee said I got it.
I'm showing you what has been marked.
Just show us.
Sorry, I was just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Oh, she's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, You would agree with me that it wasn't just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
Katie,
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
remember.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yannetti, not just 10
Sure.
years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Oh, did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach you, Ron?
Yes.
Back because both of y'all getting on my nerves. Look at her. Yes, ma'am. Drink that water. Drink that water. But here's the crazy part, y'all. Remember, Katie got up there and acted like she didn't remember. Katie acted like she didn't remember. Oh, but Caitlyn does. And look at Karen taking notes. Yes, ma'am.
You'd mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
No.
Right? And it wasn't a half hour.
No,
All right. It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend?
Yep.
With Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times have the two of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Mr.
You
Yannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No.
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin,
Katie was
correct?
fine.
Not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. If I showed you a photograph of the two of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Mr. Yannetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. Let me approach.
Yes.
Like, why y'all working?
Again, I'm showing you S for identification, one particular photo in S. If you take a look at that and look.
Why are they working so hard to not be friends? Damn, let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something about Melanie, okay? And I always say this. It's a little worse now that my mom is gone because I'm starting to not give a damn about them too. But I used to always say, I don't need friends because I have sisters, okay? I used to always say that. So if you feel like you don't want to be my friend, it's cool. It's cool. I got all these sisters, okay? I'm good. Let me tell y'all something. Everybody in this damn chat right now, if you ever feel like you got to get on that stand and work this hard to prove we not friends, just don't even do it. Stick with you don't know me. I don't give a damn if they show you in my YouTube comments. Tell them tell them your page was hacked. Tell them your page was hacked. It wasn't you. Because why they working so hard to not be friends? Like, why are they working? So they're working too hard to not establish that they are goddamn friends. There's a reason for that.
Look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
BG, I probably didn't see you call me Melody, but I have family who've known me my whole life and they still say Melody. even when I tell them my name is Melanie. I probably just overlooked it.
That particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And
She does.
Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are.
I'm out. JT, y'all know no millionaire left behind over here. JT, they're trying to establish the relationship because Katie was one of the EMTs that was on the scene when they found John O'Keefe's body. Now, the only reason we've got to pull this out is because Katie swears she heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She heard Karen say that. Now, it was windy out there. Karen was very hysterical. None of the officers heard her, but these EMTs are saying they heard it. And I think they really were talking about it amongst each other. One person said it, who may have been Katie, and then it went from there. So that is why we need to establish this relationship. Katie would be inclined to say she heard Karen say that, because now it takes away from the fact that something happened at the Albert's home. Katie even said she didn't, I don't really know her. So that's why it's important for him to establish this relationship. That's what's going on here.
Other friends, but you,
Miss Tianetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in this,
Jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there?
Oh, yes, that too.
Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
Ooh.
Objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Oh, yeah, it's sustained.
Bev just.
How many college roommates did you have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates.
Yes.
When was that?
2015, 2016.
And there were two college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and two of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your two college roommates and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a time frame or something, Ms. Giannetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates, and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, I did.
No reproach.
Okay.
I'm sick of that shit too, you nitty. Oh, why y'all? I gotta find another word to say. I keep saying I'm not gonna say shit on the stream, and every day they make me say shit on the stream. Oh, they up there for a minute too.
Another photo from S for identification, ma'am. Look at that and look up at me when you're done.
I know she did.
Who's in that photo?
Myself, two of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, that it's sustained enough.
Thank you, Honor. Did you expect?
Hey,
Whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
So your kitchen.
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen.
Yes.
And Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen. Correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The two mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Damn.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Damn.
You guys were teammates on the track or cross country team
Oh,
back in
hell.
high school, correct?
I don't recall that, actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
I may approach?
Yes.
Y'all know the hell she was not on the track team with this girl. Y'all, I think y'all told me this on it.
Once again, place S for identification before you, ma'am. If you look at the first page and then the second page,
I know they weren't on the track team. I just know Katie better not be on that picture. Katie better not be on that picture. Katie was not on the track team with this girl. No. Oh. Y'all look at all them damn pictures. They're not. Hold
I may
up.
approach.
Yes.
Hold up.
Having reviewed those 2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
Oh, hell no. Hell. I can remember every girl I cheered. Now, I ain't gonna lie, like I can remember everybody's name. But if you said the name and said we cheered together, I probably remember. I most certainly remember girls I cheered with my last 2 years of high school. 9th, 10th grade might be a little iffy, but most girls I'm probably Facebook friends with. And you ask me, how do I know them? Oh, it's because we cheered together. It's because we cheered together. You mean to tell me, but here's the thing that's killing me with this one. The thing that's killing me with this one is you didn't just leave her in high school. She was at shit after high school. In fact, she was just with you a couple months before this man was found on your daddy's front yard. Like you knew, you were on the track team with this girl. In fact, if you ask people, it ain't just, oh, we went to high school together. Oh, we played track together. We played track together. I'm going to jail too, T-Lynn. She said, let me get on the stand and lie. I'm going to jail. Shit, I'm going to be right with you. Asking my kids, can you go tell the millionaires, get them lotto numbers ready to get me out? Caitlyn got to Katie. Katie got to Nutall. Nutall nutsack is funny. The EMT too. Nutbag wanted Katie. I might have to end the stream. I don't think anyone around me has blood pressure medication. I'm home alone. It's just 2 dogs. If something happens to me, if I have a heart attack, nobody can direct you where I am. I might have to get off the stream because you got to be kidding me. I knew they went to high school together. I knew I saw those pictures, looked like they were at prom. I knew they kind of ended up at events, but the track team makes it worse because you guys were teammates. Quite literally, you're together every day after high school. Every day after high school, you're together. This some bullshit, y'all. Man.
And you would agree with me that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Mr. Unity.
Thank you.
Why would she get up there and lie like that, y'all?
Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview,
Mm-hmm.
how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay, and so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
That's what you said.
So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning
From the
was
beginning.
that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
Nope.
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton, Easton to Canton, Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
Okay. On January 29th of 2022, you were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires,
Correct.
no noises outside,
Correct.
nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Name.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be
Sure.
displayed? Do you recognize exhibit 66 as being a depiction of your house?
Yes.
The front door to your home, there are actually 2 of them, correct?
Yes.
And when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you? I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway is to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris?
Now, Adrian, I'm aware that there's a lot in the Karen Reed universe that I haven't seen yet. So I need you to say something that lets me know whatever the hell you're talking about in these comments is not. I just need to make sure, because I don't want to block you if you really are just watching the trial and these comments are Karen Reed related and I'm just not up to speed. Now, we like to keep our chat troll free, Adrian. So you gotta let me know. Are you speaking in some type of Karen Reed talk that I'm not privy to just yet? I need to know. I need to make sure Adrian is not trolling, because this may be some type of Karen Reed talk that I just hadn't gotten to yet in testimony, and that's fine if that's what it is. White girl drama millionaire. Oh, okay, Adrian. Thank you, girl. Yeah, your comments was just, I just want to make sure. I said, let me make sure this is not a troll. But Adrian, looks like you really are just talking about white girl drama. You said you got a little patience for it. That ain't Karen Reed talk. Well, I mean, it seemed like Adrian watching and they come in, so I'm gonna let her have it. I just needed to make sure because I was like, what? Hey, Kate Talley, how are you? Okay.
Parked.
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
Okay. In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side.
Yes.
Because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed his or your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that your Jeep being driven by Tristan would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So she drove past his
And
property.
in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, at this point, you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
Ciao.
No further
Yeah,
questions.
y'all.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, turning your attention back to yesterday, you were asked some questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the 2 kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the 2 kids, and that was it.
Well, how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Did you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
About how many people were on your track team?
Over 30,
Not
maybe.
100.
About 30.
Now, when you were at the house at 54 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo? I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall that?
I did notice that, yes.
Recall whether or not those lights were on, or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection. Objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Lally.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall
Thank you so much for becoming a member, Siobhan. Y'all, I just looked. I have almost 50 members right now in this community, and I appreciate you guys so much. Lex was just telling me where's the link. So I went in and said, oh my God, almost 50 members. Thank you guys so very much for supporting my channel. I truly appreciate it.
Somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes.
I did.
Brick steps are covered in snow at that point.
Yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel, like.
And thank you, Niara and Gina. I didn't see yours. I must have been doing the stuff on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, Alice. Alice just gifted 5 memberships. If you are gifted a membership, please, please, please thank the person who gifted the membership. And thank you guys so much. Lizzie, thank you for becoming a member. Y'all know I get overwhelmed. Thank you so much. So I know I done hit my 50 members now. Thank you guys so very much for supporting my channel.
Boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes.
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, in any of the sequence, have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the flagpole?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're looking at him, but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you for becoming a member. Y'all give me overwhelmed. Y'all give me overwhelmed. Thank you so much for all of the love that you guys are showing my channel. I truly appreciate it because y'all know this is what I do full time. So thank you guys for believing in me, believing in the work that I do here. I really appreciate it.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt, Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
That was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No.
2 or 3 years ago, to right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
Yes.
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
That's why I love him. Now he out here welcoming people for becoming members like that. Like, listen, thank you, Keisha, for becoming a member. Thank you. Y'all, we got to make him a part of the welcome team. Y'all know how when you join a club or something, you get that phone call and say, hey, I was just calling because you've recently become a member. Let me tell you a little bit about our community. Can y'all imagine him doing that?
Okay, you are all set, Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
This is so funny.
Yes, Your Honor. The call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Y'all, why she come scratching over here? Birch is so funny. Okay, y'all, this is her boyfriend now, y'all. Her boyfriend.
Watch your step right there.
Yep. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the undersigned
Or
report
they got
during the
this
case
baby
now here's the
hood.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Too pretty. No, for real. It's so funny.
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Tristan Morris, Morris, Morris.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlyn Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlyn Albert?
She's my
You
girlfriend.
did.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Yeah.
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlyn Albert?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice.
Okay.
Yana.
You indicated you went out and met them. Who is them?
My girlfriend, Caitlyn, and that's all I remember.
And do you recall where it was that you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlyn had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall if anyone else was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlyn?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of her parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with her parents, though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the family, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that day?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that, what if any relationships you have with the company that you do any sort of plowing show up for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those, residence, houses, anything, businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out and do that?
I'll ask the chat, because I do see a lot of people who've watched are saying that he's a pointless witness. So I don't mind going to cross on him if you guys are okay with going to cross, but y'all know we have to ask the chat, because if you feel like his direct is crucial, we'll stay here. But I think we can go to cross on him. I'm trying to see. Put a 1 if you guys are okay with going to cross. 2 if y'all want to stay. But I think we could go to cross for him. He's not a super important witness. So I think I think it's okay to go to cross for him. Okay, I'm seeing ones. Okay, we'll go to cross. Now y'all know I will refuse to do this for some witnesses, but I think we can skip him. Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Watch a trial with us.
You've been dating Caitlyn Albert for 78 years now?
Correct.
The two of you now live together?
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
Okay, y'all know I have to tell him what's going on. So we're watching this trial. The lady that's on trial is alleged to have hit her boyfriend with a car. He goes to his friend's house. He knows these people. He goes to their home, and she drops him off because he leaves her outside. She goes home, wakes up, notices he is not home, gets up to go look for him, goes to the people's house, and he is dead in the front yard. And so it really seems like they did something to him in the house. and left him there. And then they're trying to pin it on the defendant. So, but I don't think she did it. It sounds like they did something. And the family, it's like 10 of them. It's a family. It's really, they're really moving like the mob, for real. It's like 10 of them, and everybody, their stories are just not adding up, but they definitely have concocted this story that the man never came in the house, but he was on their yard dead in the snow. So yeah. Caitlyn told us that she worked for the Attorney General. Yes, we just watched Caitlyn.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton,
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time,
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert.
Yes,
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
correct.
You've met all of Caitlyn's siblings as well?
Correct.
You've spent time at their house?
Yes,
You've spent holidays with them?
yes,
And you've been over there on weekends, correct?
yes,
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
yes,
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
yes,
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
yes.
Since
Okay, I see I'm muted now. So yes, dude, the person who died, he was a police officer. The person whose house he was at is a bigger police officer. Like, this man had been on the force 30 years, solved some really popular can y'all hear me now? Okay, yeah, some really popular murders, everything. So it's all police. And the people who investigated, they like friends. They're the people's friends. Okay. I was about to say, I'm not on mute anymore. Why am I still saying mute? But yeah, they're all friends. I forgot to say that part. They are all friends. Thank y'all for that. I'll be trying not to be on mute. Barty laying on me, and I didn't want y'all to hear her snoring because she gets a little loud.
John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabes, correct?
Yes,
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlyn, correct?
that is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes,
That includes the Alberts, correct?
yes,
And that includes the McCabes.
yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
I showed you a photograph from that night. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
Can I put you on?
Yes.
Yeah, not they done took a boys trip. They done took a boys trip, child.
I placed a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
yes,
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
it does.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
No, for real, dude.
Go ahead and
No,
count.
seriously, in this case.
And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Yes, I can drop the link, Summer. No problem, friend. Just a second.
Z for identification. Thank you.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
Damn.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did all of the Alberts and McCabe's clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
He waiting
Yes,
on
it
an
was.
objection.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
Yes,
Who's Kevin Reardon?
my girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually
Hold up.
the son.
This, I never watched the first case. This is the first case. This was going on during YSL, so I didn't have time to watch. I couldn't watch both of them. So I'm rewatching this one because her second case is about to start. Jace, thank you so much for becoming a member, Jace. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, this is her first trial. Some people in the chat have seen the first trial though. So they definitely help us out when we're confused or need some information. They've seen it already.
Of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes,
And you've met him as well, correct?
yes.
And do you recall the date that that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes,
He got that Boston haircut too.
And I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
yeah,
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th. It was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah,
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabes celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
no.
What? Yannetti messy for this question.
Thank you.
Yannetti is messy. Yannetti was messy. That was messy, but I loved it.
You've never testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Oh,
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlyn at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
oh.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
It sound like
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
Was it not? Okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
we don't know.
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I know we're pissed because we need the times. I think this was probably the best strategy for him to not remember times. And he can't get locked in. You know how like everybody else is locked into the 12:10 time? The fact that he just kind of like, I don't remember what time it was. He really can't give you an exact time. I think for him, because he's not an essential part, the best thing for him to do was to play this card. I don't remember time. And that's why he won't even give you an estimate. Like this was the best thing for him.
Okay.
Now,
Leaving aside what time it was, or strike that.
I think they were telling you in the comments, they have been drinking all day. I'm talking 6-7 hours they've been drinking. I think all of this happened. I think it was a drunken accident, but they have been drinking all day. That's it.
Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
Yes.
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up, yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
Not a trick question, baby.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34th Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did. Okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No.
So it had to be the driveway, right?
Must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlyn, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No.
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Man.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlyn to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlyn and take her back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
When was that? I don't.
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
You were aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
You gotta be kidding me.
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Did you guys catch that? And my friend right here, hold on, let me get the handle. My friend, the black sheep of fashion, said, "Excuse me, last Tuesday?" Yes, Are you guys hearing what he's saying? Tristan's first time being interviewed was after freaking opening statements of the trial. After opening statements of the trial, that's the first time they interviewed this man. That is insane.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs
That's
about
interview.
coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Why he need a lawyer?
Now,
That's funny.
from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlyn and then take her back to Easton so that you can wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that comment. But the plan changed, correct?
Duke, I'm joking about him needing a lawyer. But here's the thing that I will say. I do agree. He said everybody needs a lawyer. Hold up, where'd it come and go? When you innocent, even when you innocent, I had to learn. Now, I'm joking about the lawyer. I'm being very facetious there because I do understand everyone in that house or being associated with it having a lawyer. What I don't understand is why they lying so much. Like, why so many lies? That's why I feel like it's a cover up. But I'm joking about the lawyer. I understand why he need a lawyer. I really do. And I wouldn't talk to anybody. And y'all know I don't do shit, baby. Baby, I call my auntie for a traffic ticket, okay? If you pull me over, I'm calling my auntie. I'm calling. I'm going to tell them, let me get my lawyer on the phone. And I have her on speaker. And y'all know I don't do shit. But I was being funny. You got to have a lawyer. You got to have a lawyer. But I don't understand why they lie so much. And if nothing happened, why are they like answering the questions the way they are? Why are they hiding things the way they are? Like his attitude, him being so upset, angry, like no. Well, my auntie is free, child. My auntie is free, but you best believe if I get pulled over coming from Memphis to Atlanta at 3 a.m. in the morning, babe, I'm calling. And I always tell them, let me get my lawyer on the phone. It just sounds better. It sounds better, baby. My TT gonna get up and answer that phone, okay?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlyn, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
Somebody did.
How did Caitlyn contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlyn now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes,
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlyn despite the change in plans, correct?
correct.
All right. Now,
You know it.
when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes,
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlyn to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes,
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it.
Duke, I didn't want to tell you that. It was that cookie cake. And that's unfortunately what happens when you take cookie cakes from other people. That's why you gained all that weight. But I do hope you can lose it again, because you got a year before they buy you another one.
It took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning. At that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right. And there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah,
And the answer to that question is?
no.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No,
or even one piece?
no,
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
no, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlyn got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes,
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So to
Okay.
be fair,
If I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
yeah,
Okay. And the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
towards that way, yes.
Okay, so the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes,
That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
yes,
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlyn's side of the car, correct?
yes,
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about: the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
He said no.
No further questions. Thank you, Ron.
Hey, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on.
They all looking like Brianna.
That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regard to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlyn, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to Wow?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlyn, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
Allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want
What?
to have to deal with her.
Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all what Kaylee sent me. Hold on, let me. Okay. This is the picture that I wanted to show y'all. Y'all messy. Duke, I thought you was going to the gym. Why are you on here being messy? It's not the firefighter. That's one of my friends. Okay, y'all. Y'all see this picture? Her shirt says a little high maintenance. India, that's one of my friends. That's one of my friends. One of my friends, the engineer. Y'all remember I told y'all one of my like close friends. He's an engineer. Yeah. Y'all are messy. Y'all are very messy because I can't wait. Like what I really can't wait for, and if you're new here, my chat is a little messy. I really can't wait for the day that I actually do date someone. I really can't wait when I'm actually dating and I can tell y'all all about it because y'all really have me giving desperate sometimes. Y'all be having me giving desperate. Like I'm gonna have to get some type of love life going so that I can make y'all happy. I got to get something going in my love life, y'all. It's really sad over here, but I'm going to get something popping. So when I'm smiling on the phone, it's actually from a person I'm talking to. And it's not like y'all like, oh, hold up. Let me see what my baby's saying. Okay. Dude, that was out of order. That was out of order. That was out of order. And the day that anyone knocks some Mario coins out of me, I already told you I'm going to get online playing a certain song and y'all going to be like, uh-oh, it happened. It happened, okay? But for now, guys, that, it is just a dream for me, okay? Maybe one day, God will send a tall, chocolate man with pretty teeth and like teddy bear eyes to knock the Mario coins out of me. Until then, I'm just on here streaming this trial with y'all. Just I'm finna start the damn live.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Lord,
Yes.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
Want to get snowed in?
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attentive to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call for call Ms. Sarah Levenson to the stand.
All this way, just watch your step.
Bring
Face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. Tell the truth, excuse the court and jury in the case down here, should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just need you to scoot up and pull down that microphone. Talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Melly.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yara, who is
Could
it?
you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sarah Levenson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work there?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Crow.
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Was she the nurse when John got there, y'all, or was she at Brian Jr.'s house? Okay, thank you. That's what I want to make sure. Yeah, we'll go to Cross. Now, Lally shouldn't have had this lady up there this long. Okay, so she went to lunch. Let me see which lawyer up there, y'all. Y'all know Lally didn't have that lady up there that long. Hold up. I got to hear the voice, y'all.
Call anybody from that group of people.
That's still him. Y'all, Lally did not have that lady up there that long, I know.
Watch your step.
Right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
He did not have that lady up there that long.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times.
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well.
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they have in the backyard.
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's in that basement a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlyn Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
You find him a little standoffish.
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on...
India, thank you for the super chat. India said, go get you a lemon drop at the bar this weekend. And hopefully Dreamy Eyes will meet you there. I told you I'm never going to see Dreamy Eyes again. I only have to picture the eyes. It's so messy. Like, I'm so thankful for the super chat, but at the same time, why did they have to come with mess? Why did the super chat have to come with mess? Y'all messy.
On the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So, again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., That means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm this.
Okay. And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlyn Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlyn Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time?
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlyn Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlyn Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlyn Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a
Girl!
Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen,
Right.
with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabes ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlyn Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlyn Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.?
That's correct.
But there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Page 187, counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry, I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention to. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done.
Oh, shit. Sorry, y'all. Pretty, I forgot the mute was off.
I may approach to grab that.
That's what she's like.
Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
That's his favorite thing.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read,
Yes.
The question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. right?
Correct.
She's probably sick of this shit. They done got her caught up in some mess. She was just trying to go have fun with her friends.
Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe the Albert, by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And where were those 2 cars parked? Were there, strike that. Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars? Or maybe they were in both?
I believe both.
Both.
Closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn.
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
1 piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for becoming a member, Tracy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came,
My girl Summer says she finally figured it out. Thank you, Summer, for all your hard work to become a member. Because Summer said I couldn't figure it out. Thank you, Summer, for becoming a member, girl.
came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the four of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by two female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
My home was.
Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those two females?
Okay, I'm going to see it, sidebar.
No, Bev does not play, and she really gets on my nerves. Bev, I wish, Colonel Sanders, I wish he had more control over his courtroom. This is what he was hoping for.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levenson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
I wonder why. Like, even with her lawyer.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
That's a good end. That's a good ending. I wish he should.
Ms. Levenson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe?
That period of time that you were talking about where Ms. McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
You might be right.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask you a different way. So as far as, with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
when I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
When you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home, but out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Oh, a man is dead.
Nothing further.
A man is dead.
All
It's terrible.
Thank you.
Thank you for becoming a member, Tracy. Thank you. You're a big
next
parent
witness,
that
Mr.
she
Lally.
got nothing to
Yes,
say.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
Come on, Julie. Black Sheep, I couldn't have watched this trial and YSL. I remember one day YSL was going on and I peeped in and I think I saw one of the officers, not super tall. I think it was the other girl or Lank. One of them. But that's it. I would not. Oh, God. Who his friends look alike?
Here's right here. Mr. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Poor Paul. I mean, not Paul. Poor Brian Albert Jr. These is only two friends.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Damn.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
You look like she fight.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have two older brothers.
And what are their names and how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother Ryan is 31,
Nagel,
and then my other brother Sam is 27.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing
A little over a year and a half.
that? Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior, yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school. So I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you?
He was a year below me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
Or Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
PB
And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one?
My friend Sarah Levenson.
How long have you known Sarah Levenson?
Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. If you receive a membership, please, please, please thank Forrest Dump for the memberships today. Y'all, we on the road with memberships. I appreciate you guys so much. Listen, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to stay focused, but Nagel Bagel? Thank you, Brashana, for becoming a new member. Miss Carrie, baby. I don't know if I called you out the last time, but thank you for becoming a member. Maybe I missed it at some point. Ryan Nagel was there to make a delivery of snow. Ciao. Oh my God. Ciao.
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And have you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I need to do that tonight. Put it on my list.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just together and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levenson, and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And
Bagel was crazy.
at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the 3 of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after, though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levenson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Elba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Yep. Were they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levenson?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct, yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levenson than the other 4 girls?
Correct, yes.
You mentioned, as far as those 4 individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, and Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct?
Mhm.
And how do you know?
So on the mhms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
I mean,
Thank you.
So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2020?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the 4 young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after, though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived?
Yes.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or just generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie.
just hanging out, drinking. That was it.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in like in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else?
Black Sheep is one of my new favorite people because why was I thinking when she said a rental agency? I said in my head, girl, you work at damn Enterprise. Stop playing.
Else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlyn Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about, sort of the initial was Caitlyn there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levenson, the other four young women that you were talking to, Colin Albert, was Ms. Caitlyn Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was
Okay.
in relation to that time, who, if anyone, was
I- Okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Do you recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
Beers.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen and dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and that's, who left first and about what?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine, Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time or did they leave at sort of staggered points?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure, no.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did, so.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left, which door would he have left? And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure, no.
Oh, just a second, guys, because we have someone who's visually impaired in the chat, and she's BG. Your comment is a little messy, but I'm going to answer this comment. Where it go? BG said, "Is this a tomboy?" She's a little rough around the edges. BG says this a tomboy. She's a little rough around the edges. If you're looking for a description, I don't really want to like say her weight, but she's a little heavier. And she definitely doesn't give girly girl. Maybe we probably could put her as a tomboy. We probably could. BG, her bull dagger is crazy. Her bull dagger is crazy. But Oh, Forrest Dump. I did not Forrest Dump. Trish. No, damn, the comments coming fast. Hold on, y'all. 5'5", 400 pounds is crazy. They said back up. Yeah, listen, that's why I just rewinded so that I could hear it when Tom Colin left. You think it's further back? Hold up.
Do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
And Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered points?
I would say staggered times.
Well, she said
with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure. No.
Yeah, she say left.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left?
Somebody lying.
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did. So.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left, or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And
who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlyn Albert, sorry.
Okay. And so when they came back, as far as the other four women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes.
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents?
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you?
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
You met the first time that night at the Fairview home?
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family area, the floor plan, which is the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the evening?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say give or take like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he went upstairs, but.
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
Yeah, we were all sitting in the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. some at like the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Can you recall specifically, I know we're talking over 2 years ago, do you recall specifically where people were within that area around the table?
I don't know.
You recall where you were?
I was sitting like in the corner so I could see like the island, the kitchen table, like the front door and like the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group,
Mhm.
did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022,
Me too,
were
Kia.
you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45?
No one else came in. No.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer, McCabe, Sarah, Levenson, Caitlyn. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Ryan Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about,
Mhm.
did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that the brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as a conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, "Oh, just have your brother come in." So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother was, right?
Yes,
And you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway. And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you did?
Ricky was driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
And so you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it through an open window? Did you open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fifth?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as.
Okay. Just walk with me for a second, y'all. I pull up to pick you up, right? And I'm familiar with people in the home too. You're coming to pick me up. So in my mind, I'm leaving. I'm about to go home. In my mind, I'm about to go home. You come and I'm like, well, they saying, do you want to come in? Because they're like, man, see if they want to come in first, because maybe the ride did get there, right? And when they say no, you just say, well, I found another ride home. If anything, I would have said, y'all don't want to come in? They saying they don't want to come in. I'm going to go ahead and leave because you've already come to get me when it's a blizzard on the way. Like that does not make sense to me. Why she laughed it off. Well, I'm just going to stay here. But also on the flip side, why would she want to stay if something was popping off, y'all? Her brother is a dealer and was dropping off the goods. Okay, Dizzy, I could get behind that. I could get behind that, Dizzy. Hold on. Oh my God, I could get behind that. I could get behind that, but that right, if it's a blizzard coming, I'm getting in. Why? But y'all answer that. Why would she want to stay if some shit had popped off? Not them talking about Juju was extra muscle. Baby, you need to get off the live right now. It's those are the things that are not making sense to me, guys. Like, those are the things that, why would she want to stay? These girls don't strike me as people. First of all, it's too many people involved for someone to not have told by now. Too many people. It's like 12 people at this point. Someone should have said something at this. Think about like her, Sarah. Like, they're not in the inner circle. Now, Mel, she may have been the extra most. Monique, log off right now, Monique. Log off. Log off right now, Monique. And when you log off, you take Kiana with you. Why would they want to stay, y'all? Why would they want to stay? That's why Sarah stayed in the house. Her brother was there to pick up both of them. Why would they want to stay, y'all? Okay, y'all. All right, let's keep going.
Arrangements for you coming home, was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer?
Correct, yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levenson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky saw?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother, the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations of?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
Maybe it's because I grew up in Memphis. It might even be, I don't even want to say that. I'm going to just say maybe it's because I grew up in Memphis. Because if I can see my front yard from wherever it is I'm sitting, and I see a car driving, hitting their brakes, driving, hitting their brakes, driving, going on brakes, baby, somebody coming to the door or saying, y'all know who that is? It's going to be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. It ain't no, what they doing? No, it's gonna be a thing, especially if you drinking. I can see, let me not get too Memphis on this line, but I can see my family now putting their hand on their hip, walking to the door to see what's going on. You don't just do stuff like that. Like, they keep saying the car. They're very careful to not say it was Karen's car, which I don't know why. But if the car is driving, hitting on brakes, driving, like she has put their car started in front of the driveway to the mailbox, then moving up some more and going, well, maybe it's like by the mailbox, moving to the middle of the yard, then ending up at the flagpole. We at the window trying to see who it is. Listen, Yates, because you got to figure it out. You got to figure it out. You don't just like sit there. You, especially if you're expecting people, someone would make an announcement. Oh, there go Karen right there. There's John. Bye. I'm not buying it.
At any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out?
Yes, Ash. Ain't no
recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or on the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle?
Thank you for the super chat. Forrest Dump says, when Jen gets up, you think it, hell no, right? Multiply that by 1 billion when evil Jen gets up there on the stage. I'm not ready for Jen. I might have to get some shots for Jen.
Anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
When you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Nagel, I'm going to direct your attention to what the agency marks as Exhibit 71, 72, and
1970.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is the laser pointer, press on that button and point it up at the screen.
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
I mean, just moving back and forth. You just not gonna make me believe no one announced who it was. Who is that? Who is that? A truck just pulled up.
No, sorry.
Oh, this Karen.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, I'm sorry, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Richard's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. Thanks. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
All right. Jurors,
Oh, y'all, we are almost done with day 11.
You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to that second point. Was it you saw? If I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. I'm invited to have that up.
Right, Alice.
And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Thank you.
Look at Karen. I know that's
Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple minutes come back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you would mention that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that people left the house on that?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Ms. Levenson and the McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door. Where was it that you went?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to it?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path through the driveway to the car.
Hurry up,
Yes.
Alli.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversations you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that, I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levenson was?
The side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
Monique,
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So
Forrest Dump, you can't take me too early. You can't take me too early, baby. You know, you gotta walk me through some shit, okay? You gotta talk me through it slow, okay? Because I didn't know what the hell you meant by the PB and J. Now I get it. You mean they in the car talking about making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? They in the car at 2 a.m. talking about. It's not even the peanut butter and jelly. It's not even the peanut butter and jelly. It's her like, we were actually in the car talking about making some PB and J. Girl, it's peanut butter and jelly. It's peanut butter and jelly. We got to go back. Wait a minute. Let me pause it because now I see what they're saying. That they said slow it down just for shits and giggles. Hold up. Just for shits and giggles, y'all. Let's hear her talk about the PB&J.
the side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been in at.
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
I don't even have 2.5 for a dub.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levenson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
Baby, big baby.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
What?
And, from where you were situated in the car, you know, sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
So the snow's coming down at that point?
yes.
Did y'all hear what she said? Now, if we go by her timeline, she said they left about like 1:45, 2, somewhere up in there. That man was he was in the lawn at that point. She noticed a black blob by the flagpole. She said, was they smoking meth? You know what? And she didn't tell nobody.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say like close to like the street, but like in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that
black blob.
exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 72. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask the area where you saw this black object, can you see that area depicted on the photograph?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you're observing this. Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud. I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated, drinking.
But
so
you remember
didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was." And then that was kind of really it.
Big baby up that line, baby. Big baby up that line.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation.
Big
in reference to
baby.
that, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
So I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is some crazy shit. Julie couldn't have been in the car with me because I have OCD, like diagnosed OCD. And so once I feel like I see something, y'all see it on these streams, I can't move forward until my mind is okay with whatever is being talked about, whatever I've seen. If y'all laughing at a comment and I don't know what y'all laughing at, I go find it to make sure I know what people laughing at, because I need to, my brain works like that. In no world would I walk past a black blob, anything, and be like, just keep going. My mind does not work like that. My mind doesn't work like that. Like, I need to know what the hell is in the street. What is that I'm seeing? I'm stopping right here. My child will tell you right now. My child, sometimes she'd be like, "Mama, just let it up." I can't. Sorry, I can't. And you know, I have worked on. I do work on it, but I'm gonna tell you. So I would have had to go see what that was. Knowing them people had a dog. Knowing those people had a dog, like what if it was the dog in the street? Girl. And she was the furthest away from the street because Sarah was behind Jen too, right? Now,
Ms. Nagel, if I could just ask one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area of the flagpole, can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long.
She saw sand. Is what
At
she
the time that you're driving by at that point, could you tell what it was?
Not quite sure. No, it was just too quick to tell.
What if she not lying though, y'all?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Y'all, what if she not lying? Let me just play the other side. Let me just play the other side. Cause she could have not told this story at all, right? What if the girl not lying? Have y'all ever had a dream that you don't think about until something reminds you of the dream? I'm just saying, y'all. The fact now, this her saying she said something in the car. I don't know if I believe all of that, but could she have gone home after she heard about it and was like, was that what I saw in the yard the night before? Like, I don't know. Y'all saying that she helped carry him outside. I don't know. But just saying, y'all have never had a moment where you remember something from the night before and you like, damn, that did happen. Y'all, you get what I'm saying? Like, there could be bits and pieces in here. They needed someone to see or maybe see John. That could be it too. But on the flip side, if she's drunk drinking, I don't think she'd remember all this. Oh, I said something that kept going. No, but could she have seen something and said it in her head and the next day, like, damn, was that what I saw? Hell yeah. Jackie said, I don't believe her. Now, listen, we have to put her. Hold on. First they heard the blob, never told the cops. And DB, this is my thing too. And that I was playing the devil's advocate. If we're going by that, if she truly saw this man, this is something that she should have reported. And I don't understand again, but you guys are saying she wants to be an Albert. So maybe that's why she never came forward. Because, you know, you guys are saying she wants to be in their family. Men in the basement somehow made John dead. I think so too, Gwen. He wasn't on the lawn yet. She knew, Sarah too. Woo!
You ready?
Thank you, Ron.
Come on, you Nettie.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay.
Baby,
So you were there approximately 8 hours?
Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early.
Well, good. Then what kind of crime going on up there?
You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5, 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levenson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15?
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of
There
yours,
go
correct?
Bill. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Hold up, time. I think EBS needed to hear this part.
years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levenson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15?
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
Oh, he's
I'll let the
messy.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levenson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levenson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct. Yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Hmm. Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did. Yes.
Caitlyn Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabes were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry. Can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have. Yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Their home.
Hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor
I
of that
wish you remembered
house,
it.
correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar. Did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
Hell no.
I have, yes.
That night.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog from Bailey, the McCabe's golden retriever, correct?
Objection.
Sustain,
Why you
Bailey
say
is a
anything?
friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
Why
I'll let
can't
you
they
have that. Can
add?
you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers.
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood,
Correct, yes.
talking,
Yes.
drinking.
Yep.
Singing,
I don't remember.
dancing,
Yeah.
and all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
That's
Prior to
what
January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
Believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence,
Wow.
correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
Baby, he just wait.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
I think
You never saw any car arrive for him,
I don't know.
and you never saw how he got home.
No.
right, G.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant
Walk right
district
into
attorney?
it.
I don't remember.
You recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
No.
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Stephen.
This stuff is
When you
boring.
texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
Good beer.
I don't know, I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know, I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
What'd you say then?
That said that you wanted to stay longer.
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right?
Right.
Passenger seat
It was
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
to the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
He's a passenger. Okay.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Dave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, it's like that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward, right?
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right. And that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct. Yes.
When it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not. No.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
Right. You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Why, Bill? They're pissing me off.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention, at least one of us is.
Yeah.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
Didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer.
What the hell does Jennifer McCabe? Why in the hell would Jennifer want to ask her for a screenshot for when her brother got there?
Okay.
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levenson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct? You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
And Sarah Levenson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
No,
Yes.
not yet, Dan.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levenson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levenson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long.
Like a
correct?
person, girl.
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally.
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but calling that man Lally, like that's her friend or something, or she's familiar with him, you know, I just think it's a sign of respect to say thank you for his dump. That right there is just like, is there a relationship there that we don't know? She's familiar with him because Mr. Lally is what I would expect that she would say. She's too comfortable saying that. Like, I know I say Paige all the time. If you watch me from YSL, I might say Steele. If I were to see them, I would never speak to them that way. I never speak to them that way.
Again,
yeah,
right before this jury, that's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never...
Well, welcome to the channel, Steph. And I hope the weather's good in Scotland, but this is definitely madness. And I'm not sure why y'all sitting through it again, because it is madness.
Testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case?
Besides today?
No.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today?
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Moody.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
If y'all be on TikTok, y'all know how the kids be sliding down the wall. She's scared. You scared of this? Whatever. You know the word they say. I just want to slide down the wall and say, she's scared of the question. Boom, boom. She's scared. She's scared, baby. She like, about what? You heard that, man. You know what he's asking you, girl. Let's stop.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Y'all know you can't lie.
when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
Dang.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that at what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct? Passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levenson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
Right.
That's not what I said, no.
What you say?
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No.
Did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
Can't.
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No.
You didn't ask him to back up.
No.
Nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah.
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Because why you didn't call Brian?
Text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Morris.
You had your friend Sarah Levenson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
Knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
No.
The fact of the matter is,
Here we go.
you did nothing, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection. Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk, right?
I'm sorry. I have to apologize to the chat. I think I had stopped the thing and said, y'all ever had a dream? And you like, dang, that did happen. I forgot when those moments happen. You are not drunk. You have not been drinking for hours. Not only that, you had been drinking. What did she say she liked to drink? Michelob Ultra or something? White Claws? My bad, y'all. My bad. That girl ain't see nobody on that lawn.
Some would say, yeah.
Damn.
You would say.
Yeah.
She didn't see anybody. I forgot she did.
You believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
No, I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer
I
stand.
forgot. My bad.
You have previously testified. I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the county police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Damn, she lied.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection, Your Honor.
had no soft
All right.
body on that front.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right.
India, is
So
it Michelob?
we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not.
Y'all, what is going on? We just finished. Oh, I keep forgetting we starting at like 9. We just finished day 11. We just finished day 11. We are done with day 11. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thank you. Hold on. I thank you, Ashley. She said, Mel, check your phone, dinner and wine. Ashley, I'm sitting here. That's why I'm looking at my phone, y'all. I was sitting here ordering food, trying to see what ordering today because I don't have time to get off and go make something. So I definitely have to DoorDash something. Thank you, Ashley, because y'all, I just said I'm gonna have to start packing a lunch like I'm going to work. Okay, I gotta pack a lunch because I'm not a DoorDasher. I'm not very fond of it because I don't like to feed myself and it costs $27, $28 here. I ordered yesterday, ordering again today. I ain't that type of girl. I'm not gonna sit on this phone and lie, on this screen and lie to y'all. I ain't that type of girl. So thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much, y'all. We are on day 12 now. We're moving on to day 12, but I'm not a DoorDash girl at all. Like that's not my speed. That's Mariah's speed because see, she can ask me, her grandparents, she can do all of that. It's just me. I don't have anyone asked to be saying, hey, can you send me some door? No, it's just me. No, I know y'all hear Barchi crying. Day 12 is about 6 hours. I think we'll get through day 12 though, because they got some breaks in there too. Hold on. All right, there we go, y'all.
Lally.
Yes, Sean.
Morning, Ms. Nick.
Good morning.
Just a
I'm
few
gonna have to send you a meal
questions
prepping.
for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name. No.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on 3rd. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this day, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now, you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
Ooh.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Oh, I'm
Yes.
excited.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object, 5 to 6 feet long, in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it.
I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay. We got to like 22 or 23 weeks.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information.
Ooh, she
correct?
did
Check.
realize.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
Because the next day.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
Yes.
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
Yes.
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
Not.
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
Not
Ask
necessarily.
ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
It's like 80 witnesses.
All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Somebody, you're all set.
Next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let Terry Cole.
While she's coming in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please?
Mr. John, wait till about 4. You're all set. Why does Bev say stuff like that? Hold on, y'all. I got to get to the day that I'm actually on so we can move over. I didn't realize I had switched to Court TV.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
He's the dog DNA person. I didn't think he had no DNA. Hold up. Did you guys say she's the dog DNA person? I can watch her alone. I'm not gonna make it. If y'all already seen it, we don't have to see the dog DNA because they didn't do nothing with the dog. Oh, okay. So let's go to the next one. And I ain't gonna lie. Ladley will be up there asking her, okay. Let's see who this is.
So the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I'll read some cliff notes from who it was.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
Oh,
And
watch.
prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have two siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, do you recall going out on that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her?
Heather Maxim.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before?
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table, to my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you
I was on I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Do you recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. Probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know, about how long were you at CF McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between CF McCarthy's and the Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many?
They let you know how small the town is. The other side of town is 10 minutes.
Are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know in total.
Thank you, Nancy, for becoming a member of my channel. Thank you so much for being here, Nancy. I've been seeing you guys talking to Nancy in the chat, so I hadn't had a time to really talk back. But thank you for being here, Nancy. We appreciate it.
Sort of over the course of the evening as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Oh, probably between, I don't know,
20?
5 to 8, maybe.
8?
Give or take, I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe, I guess.
And you weren't driving?
No, sir. No, it was not.
And
it's down.
About how long was it that you were at the Hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
You drunk 8 beers?
Do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister, Julie, because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the Hillside when you received the text from your sister, Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
Is that somewhere you would pick your sister up from on Pirate?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the Hillside and you're going to,
Y'all need to see Jesus, because when that boy picked up that damn water bottle, we just got through talking about him drinking 5 to 8 beers. I just tweeted, oh my God, he had 5 to 8 beers. Damn it, I thought it was a beer. I said, now he is bold.
this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I knew the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the Hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over to Fairview?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she wasn't saying come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the Hillside to Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the street?
I think we can move beyond that, Mr. Allen.
Please.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep.
question.
Sorry, sir.
So the stenographer. So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up and you see this black SUV, did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky do?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
You came up to the same house that you were going to, is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
Very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There's nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? Get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
You mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you
know? No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Because obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
We almost done now.
A relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I would say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And
Never
when was
moved.
that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that occur?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half,
Further away from us.
facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you,
Yes.
but no other tire marks that you saw.
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
All right, sir.
Now, as far as your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she slurring her words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Let me ask, from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Seacrest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on the Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
Was it gone when
And
you were
did you
gone?
observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
Okay.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Could you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They were in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
So your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's
Let's
pulling
stop
away
her,
sort
but
of
not him.
simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seen?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2. on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what if anything else did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. Wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into this?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of, turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
Now, I'm going to have to skip Lally in these questions. What? Lally should be done. He is. I thought so. All right.
Nation?
Your Honor.
Here we go. I'm glad. Because I'm like, man, you're doing too much now, Lally. We made it through all of Lally, though. Oh, this guy.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we brought up in the past.
So,
yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night.
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right, yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Buknik?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Buknik, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Air.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antonio?
Yes, in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxon. D'Antonio and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south.
Yeah, okay, yes.
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jurors, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know, 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay, may I approach you on that?
Yes.
There's a date right up top and then a highlighted portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you show Mr. Ellie what you showed the witness? No?
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just 2 parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
And by the end, yes.
Okay. You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snow plow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir.
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
Correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay. You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
Mayor.
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
do it
Lally what
again.
page it is or something?
May I have that back for 2
Yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep. Thank you.
Just take a look at that highlighted portion and look up when you're finished. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seemed that, yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, you know, F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes,
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe. 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right. She's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm not looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay. There's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't notice or note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
Sorry, the SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair. Is that
Correct.
right? And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, jurors, this seems like a great time to take our morning.
Court, all right.
Tell us whether the evidence could give to the jury in case now the hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny,
And how long have you been doing that?
about 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr. Nagel?
Our other friend, Ricky
So what's Ricky's last name?
D'Antano,
And how do you know Ricky D'Antano?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did. Yes.
And how many siblings did Ryan have?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so you'd go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy's, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall, were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or,
The bar.
And if you know about how long.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct, yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or are you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
Okay, fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan.
I was in the middle.
In the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would say a couple feet.
A couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay.
to communicate.
I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All 3 of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the three of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
The dome.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
Correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of.
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
Okay. As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked. But the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right out your passenger window,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay. That's all I have.
Still Alli?
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The call Ricky D'Antonio.
That's like, okay,
He's bound to mess it up.
that's like 26, 27 witnesses that we I just don't get John's family believing she did it.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth.
Yeah, Ricky was the driver.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm gonna skip
Could
to
you
the
please state your name and spell your last name?
because Lally dragged me.
Richard D'Antano, D''A''N''T.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct, yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Brian's sister Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that strike that. as you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appeared to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume. Yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn. Yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Right.
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take. Yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little further.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal taillight.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when
Niara, I was just tweeting this actually. Brian said I think Nicole said it, and Brian too. I definitely remember Brian saying it during his testimony that Brian Higgins got there before them because he was plowing their driveway. And I when I heard that shit, I was like, oh, he's such a good friend. You beat them there and was plowing their driveway. Brian said that during his testimony. That's where I believe Nicole said it too. I might have to go through my notes, but I do believe Nicole said the same thing because they were all in the car together. Brian, Nicole, and Caitlyn all drove back to the house together. So I guess that's their story.
When you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right. You would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
Okay, I've got to figure this out before we move on. Why are they putting Brian Higgins in this house? What's y'all theory about the Jeep? Let me just ask that. What's you guys' theory about Brian Higgins and his Jeep? Do you think Brian Albert is trying to place him there? What's the discrepancy with the Jeep? Because I have not heard any of these people who were in this car mention the Jeep. They don't remember the Jeep being there. What do you guys think? I don't understand what's going on with the Jeep. There wasn't enough snow for him to plow anything. Yep, I get that, Laura. I'm with you there. What are y'all thinking about this Jeep, though? Why is there a discrepancy with the Jeep? Well, Laura, Brian does have more motive, but why are they placing him in this Jeep for whatever reason? I guess I'm just not understanding. Okay, wait a minute. Lizard says to discredit the three in the car, make them not reliable when they say they only saw Karen in the car. Who's trying to implicate Brian, Jackie? I think it's to poke holes in the story. What story? Other people's drama? Hey, Judy. I know who you're talking about, Ash, but it's not her. Her TikTok name says the same thing. Her TikTok name says Shay too. Okay, I'm trying to see that these three are lying. Hey, Lavanda, that's the best reason. I just don't get it, guys. And I'm seeing you guys constantly bring up the fact that nobody saw Brian's car. And my immediate thought is, why would Brian want to be involved if a man was potentially killed? Brian Albert puts him at the house. Nicole Albert puts him at the house. Brian Albert Jr. puts him at the house. Caitlyn puts him at the house. Everybody puts him at the house. But what is the deal with what's the deal with his car? Why does his car matter, guys? That's what I'm asking. Wait for Brian Higgins' testimony. Okay, I could do that. I could do that too. I just thought maybe somebody knew, because that's something that's not clicking to me. Why is there's this back and forth about Brian Higgins' car being in front of the driveway, not being there? All right, I can wait for BH. I can wait for him.
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when
EBS 130
pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open?
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
There was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do, when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
You had mentioned. You had mentioned earlier that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
All right. Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And you
no.
never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Lally?
Just briefly.
This
Sir,
witness
so
to me.
from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen?
Sustained.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. McMahon. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Why are they saying thank you? Now I remember y'all asked
Next
it.
witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your
Can I just say the people in their damn truck seem to be the most reliable to me? And some things that I have, and let me shout out my friend India. India, she just tagged me on IG wearing her Millionaire Girls Club shirt. Thank you, India. You look so cute. But everybody in the car, they seem to be the most reliable to me. But here's the thing that with them in the car, Julie, I'm trying to piece stuff people said. Julie saying that she saw this car consistently easing up. If you're on the street and you kind of like, where he at? You might mess with your phone. Damn, he's still not out. You move up a little more. She was probably thinking about leaving. She was probably thinking about leaving him the first 2 times she moved that car. The 3rd time she said, I'm finna just go. I'm about to just go. I'm going to just leave him. They stayed a couple minutes from the house anyway. He'll be good. She left. So that's that. Everybody in this car, one, saw that her taillights were intact. Even if you drunk, they would have noticed if it looked like her taillight was broken. I mean, you notice a broken taillight. Hell, when y'all driving at night and y'all got one of your headlights out, baby, I most certainly noticed. You noticed, right? And then nobody saw that. And when they drove off, they only saw Karen in the car. John was a big man. He was a big man. They would have, and he had a baseball cap on. So even if you only see her, you would at least see the baseball cap. And then there's the fact that they were drunk too. So them asking them, well, did you see anybody go into the house? Doesn't really hold much weight for me, because if they've been drinking and they're having a conversation with the girl, I can't see them really paying attention like that. But hey, I think the man was already there. But that's how I feel about those 3 in the car. I think they were valuable to the defense too. They need Karen to be at the flagpole because that's where John was. But you know what's crazy, Gary? The thing about the flagpole, they were right there. They never saw anyone get in and out of her car. They rolled by. They're saying, I didn't see anybody in the car but her, which makes me feel like he was already in the house. Crystal said the steps to the basement are also in the house. Crystal, which is why, yeah, I don't know what happened to that man, but somebody in here put a timeline up and was like, oh, they got him leaving her car at like 12:29. He take his last steps at like 12:30 something. I was just like, hold up. For me, I said, damn, what happened as soon as he got in the house? As soon as she got in the house, as soon as John got in the house, what could have happened that fast? And for y'all talking about that dog may have attacked him and made him fall down the steps, Lauren, I think you said that. I think I'm with you there. DB said 1 pulled up, 2 made room for pickup. 1 pull up to make room for the pickup. Only Julie and Jen claim it moved 3 times. Jen says 3 times too. Okay. BH got him. Y'all, people are truly evil. Okay. People are truly evil. So I hear y'all. Okay. People are truly evil. But damn, y'all think this was planned? I think it was a freak accident. Allie's next. Okay. I think it was an accident, y'all. I don't think they planned to kill this man. I don't think they planned to kill him. But 2 minutes after he got in the house. Okay. All right. Allie's next, they said.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ms. Alli McCabe.
Just watch your step for me. And remain standing and face the clerk.
Did you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Thank
At least mom is the ring. Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Alli McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And,
The first few months.
You work, you go to school?
I'm a student.
In college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
I said volleyball.
And
I knew she was a
so
sports girl. I could
January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with 2 of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
So where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that time?
Varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get it?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
Did you sit with your parents during the game?
No.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you sat there with your friends?
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with 2 of my friends. And then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so just as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery Panadosi and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
Yes.
reporter, please?
Piantedosi.
And the second name?
S. Danielle Seaman, Seaman. Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Kent High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving around?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
Do you recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Small dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what if anything did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends, and as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
Yes.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now, you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or could you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that evening?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove and got him, texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far
Alli, I'm calling the police. I'm gonna be on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and I'm gonna have little doggy signs everywhere I go. Give me my damn dog back. Give me my damn dog back. And yes, I'm gonna call the police. Sure in the hell am. The FBI have the numbers available to me.
As far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that evening?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
Thing that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, you know approximately what time it was that you first.
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
I hear y'all.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can't still have this girl up here. I should just take Colin home.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could take you back just to a little bit from where we had left off. When you arrived at the, and I'm just returning those to you, and first I would direct your attention to what's been now marked as a.
And the first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin agree with it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. That proceeding
Is the next two exhibits.
Again, subject to
That's long.
on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
We go, y'all.
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time.
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
But he was there.
So your testimony today is that at no time in the year 2022
No, Crystal, but
did you consider it relevant at all that you had this screenshot of this text conversation,
Oh, I
correct?
have seen it. Crystal,
Correct.
on X.
Leaving that screenshot aside, but actually, before I leave
Yep,
that topic,
that's where I saw
you
it.
didn't turn over that screenshot of a text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes, believe.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer had possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if that screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022, or if it was from the phone that you had back in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now May of 2024. Do you still have that same phone?
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way here.
Right.
The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time, is that the phone, your current phone?
Correct.
Now, before you got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law enforcement official, prior to that December of 2022 time period, or investigator from this case ever ask to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin are we with it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. That proceeding in August of 2023 was less than a year ago, correct? We're in May of 2024?
Correct.
And that was a long time after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screenshot, as of August 3rd of 2023, no investigator from this case, no state police trooper or anybody from the DA's office had ever interviewed you, right? Prior to August of 2023?
I talked to the state troopers, but I don't know if that was before or after.
That was on August 25th of 2023, which is about 3 weeks after your testimony in the other proceeding. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, then after.
And
Yeah.
at that point in time, on August 25th of 2023, you'll agree with me that you were not interviewed at a police station or a state police barracks, correct?
Correct.
Or the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed by Zoom, correct?
Correct.
And you were not alone at that time in your home, correct?
I'm not sure.
Your mother, Jennifer McCabe, was present, correct?
Okay.
And she was monitoring what was going on in that interview, correct?
Objection.
Was that true?
I don't recall.
You don't know if your mom was there?
In any case, that too was over a year and a half after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about, oh, by the way, you've had an iPhone since you were 12 or 13 years old.
Correct.
And you're now how old?
20.
So 7 or 8 years would be a good estimate as to how long you've worked with iPhones?
Correct.
And obviously you know how an iPhone works, correct?
Correct.
You know how to reply and comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know that there's a lot of tools open to you to comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
You can reply to a text using an icon or an emoji, right? To like or dislike something that somebody else said.
Correct.
You can laugh at it, you can love it, you can like it, correct?
Objection.
Right?
Correct.
And they make it pretty easy, right? All you need to do is put your finger or your thumb on a specific message and hold it down and options appear, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you get the thumbs up, the thumbs down, the ha-ha, exclamation points, question mark, etc.
Correct.
And you also have other options, which is down the bottom, there's a kind of a curved arrow where if you click on that, you can forward the message or reply to a specific message, correct?
Correct.
And on the left, there's a trash can, right?
Correct.
And what happens when you click on the trash can?
It will delete the message from your phone.
And it's your testimony that with regard to the screenshot that we saw, there are no deleted messages in that conversation, correct?
Yes.
However, you would agree, as you've already testified, that if a message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
You're also familiar with the apps that are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Correct.
There might be 12 or 15, I haven't counted them, but 12 or 15 maybe on your home screen, right?
Correct.
And if you swipe to the left, you get another new population of 12 or 15.
Correct.
Not bad for an old guy.
Yeah.
And you use apps like Instagram?
Correct.
Snapchat is a popular app?
Correct.
And probably to your detriment, but Life 360?
Correct.
All right. That's been an app in the McCabe family for a number of years, right?
Correct. Yes.
And it's in your family anyway, and probably in a lot of families, it's mainly used for the parents to keep track of their kids, right?
Correct.
And in order for Life 360 to work, you have to have your location services on, and somebody else has to have the app and is in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Okay. The screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
That means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages, the conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and then there's a date and time that you can alter?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
You know.
Y'all, you gotta be shitting me. Are you guys saying that? And did y'all know this? I can go on my iPhone right now and change the date and time that someone else sent me a text message. Is that what he's saying? Because if so, that's scary. Is that what this man is saying, y'all? Because if so, if y'all ever see some man screenshot talking about it's for me, just already know it's a lie or it's AI. It's not me. What? Change your time zone. Okay, change your time zone, y'all. You can even edit what they said. Y'all lied to me. What? You can change the dates and times of it. First of all, why the hell people in my chat know that? What y'all out here doing? Keisha. Girl, that's crazy. I didn't know that, y'all. I really didn't know that.
You know that when you set up your iPhone, you have to choose a time zone, correct?
Oh, well,
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone, you literally can choose any time that you want. You could make 1:45 a.m., 12:10 a.m. in about 3 seconds. Did you know that?
Do you know that? Do you know that?
No.
But if I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
Now, I had asked you if prior to getting rid of your old phone and getting the new one, if law enforcement ever asked you to, go through the phone themselves, and you had said no, right?
Yes, they did not do that.
And then they never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
What about the new phone that you now have, that you got in December? Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look, no, I don't think so.
You provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click.
Yeah, I think she's talking about. Sunita, are you not talking about Alli? Sunita got to be talking about Alli, child. I shouldn't be in nobody's TikTok drama, okay? Why is her best buddy in her phone with first and last name? How many Collins does she know? Girl, she in here playing. I don't think they're talking about me, child. I shouldn't be in nobody's TikTok drama, girl. She can't be talking about me. What? Why would they be talking about me? Oh my God. I know probably what it is. I forgot Yak was in the YSL. Baby, I forgot Yak was in the YSL Rico. Damn. That's what I already know what it is. I forgot. Damn, I forgot that Yak was in the damn YSL Rico. And y'all know in my video, I was saying about how they didn't find no money in the Rico, about Duke getting his stuff back. I literally forgot that Yak was tied up in that damn Rico. I forgot he was tied up in that Rico. Damn, y'all. That's what it is. That's what it, I'm sure that's probably what it is. But I've known in my defense, Miss Tasha doesn't bother me. I've never met Miss Tasha before. I've never said anything out of place to her. But I've known for a very long time that Miss Tasha does not care for me. It all stems back to a joke I made about Yak's coat. But I was really talking about how cold it was in the courtroom at the time. Like, I wasn't trying to insult him or say anything bad about Yak, because that's just not who I am. Y'all know I be joking all the time. I think he had on this leather jacket, and I was like, Yak in the room, so cold. Yak got on his leather jacket, and in the comments, people were saying I said he looked like a guidance counselor. And that's basically that's why she has a problem with me. I never met Miss Tasha before. And I've heard things that she said about me, but it is what it is. I'm not coming from a place where that lady's trying to get her son out, I'm not ever coming from a place to harm Yak in any way, Like, I say this all the time, like, I'm from Memphis, y'all. I'm from Memphis, so we make jokes, but no, I want Yak to come home. And I'm not sure why she isn't able to see that, but you can't know me for real and think I'm coming from a bad place when it comes to your son or your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not me. I'm a little ha-ha. He did have on a leather jacket that day. The leather jacket did remind me of like a guidance counselor. I think my daddy had one of those. It was just a joke, but malice is never my intent. Like, it's never my intent. That's never me. And I hate that she has that view of me, but I'm also not here to change people's view of me. I'm authentically myself everywhere. I'm authentically always going to be Melody. Like, I'm always going to be me. And I'm not, I told y'all I wasn't going to say a courtroom. But anyway, I hate Miss Tasha feels that way. And I do still hope her son comes home. But I really was thought, I think it's because of my video about Duke. When I said there was no money in the RICO, when I was talking, if I can be like quite frank, I made that video on my stream. And I don't like making videos on my stream for this reason, because I'm rushing to get back with my camera turned on. And I didn't have as much as we always say, yeah, put that shit on. We always do that. But I did say it was no money in the RICO. And Duke come in and was like, no, we were all getting money. And I had like added something. It was like, my bad, I forgot about Ghana. I forgot all about Yak. And it might be because by the time Yak, I don't know how I forgot Yak. I forgot all about him, but I promise I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, man. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I just forgot about Yak. I was like, again, I was on my stream. I got a text message that said, damn, you're not going to report about this case. And I was like, damn, I did report about it. And I was on my stream. That's all it was. No, like, I'm like, why are people bringing me up? I don't bother anyone. But, yeah, that's what it is. And like I said, I hate that she has that impression of me, but I'm not going to be bothered by it. I've known it since last year. It is what it is. Everybody, I think I've come to the place where everybody's not going to like you. And I'm okay with that. I'm like quite okay with that.
Click on that and then click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is. Did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see Counselor Tybert for just a minute on this.
Now, why Bev won't let them talk about this too?
This day, no extraction has been done on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview, or actually strike that, the route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview, then sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest and the one on the other side is Chapman, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so Chapman.
Okay, so
I
you would have
believe.
gone up and gone to Chapman and taken a right or a left?
I'm really bad with directions. When I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't know specifically which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
Too pretty. Not y'all got lotto numbers. Girl, stop.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Washington Street in Canton?
Yes.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
Yes.
All And you're aware that the Canton Library is on the corner of Washington and Sherman Street. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the library?
Yes.
Now, with regard to whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
For in the rest
You
of the night?
believe so?
Yes.
It's them pulling their kids into this mess like this. She was young when this happened.
Okay, and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out where somebody in your family is, there's and let's say you want to know if somebody's home. There's like a circle that surrounds your home, correct?
Yes.
So once you enter that circle, you know that Life 360 gives an alert that said you arrived at home. Even though you're physically not walking in the door, you're within that circle, and that's the home circle, right?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess I thought I went home.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I believe I went home.
Okay.
Y'all, where's he? I'm sorry that y'all coming on my live. That really like threw me off. It really threw me off. It really just threw me off. That little all this that's going on threw me off. Where is he getting this information from? Because why is she saying that she thought she went home? Can y'all help me out? What is he reading? What is he looking at that tells him that she went 7 miles somewhere else? He got her Life 360 info? Thank y'all. Okay, I'm ready.
I was completing my drive out my house.
All right, but at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then at 12:26 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
I do not know.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds, did you not?
No.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
When? So it's just
And
lying on her.
ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning in 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Yo, Life 360.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
You probably don't need these, right?
No, I'm good.
So she said, yes, she's saying Life's 360 lying. I might need to get Life 360 because I have on both of my children. I used to find the sharing locations on iPhone, and it doesn't tell me how fast the person is driving. Mariah's getting a car and stuff soon. So I need to be able to see it. Not only that, it don't even give me an exact location. I just know Mariah's in her dorm. Life 360 sounds like something I need. Talking about she was at her home circle.
Okay, and to make it easy, you can read the whole thing, but where it says record 16 is what I just asked you about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
And if you would, read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Babe, girl, I gotta get that on Mariah's for me. I'm on her way here right now. I'm finna tell Mariah we putting Life 360 to her and her brother. Because this is crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right about that. Sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm getting Life 360.
Did that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No.
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
Damn, she just got the information.
And finally, I just asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home within that home bubble on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds. Correct?
What time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right, on Life 360?
No.
You go to school here.
Yes.
We probably should. Ooh.
Okay. Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracked in?
What do you mean?
So do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location, like that was home, that was high school.
Like, your mother's looking for you. Where are you?
Yes.
Well, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, home, right? Those could be categories.
Correct.
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
Correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also one of the categories, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And on January 29th of 2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
Wow.
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
Girl. Y'all, why are they doing all of this lying if they have nothing to hide?
No further questions. Thank you, Mom.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
She doing all this lying for?
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to,
Hold on, y'all. I gotta answer this.
did you get rid of your prior iPhone or did you upgrade your iPhone?
Upgrade.
And that would have been in December of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Was it sometime around Christmas?
Yeah, probably.
And that could have been a present as far as getting a new iPhone or upgrading your iPhone?
Yes.
Now, as far as any of the information that you were shown as far as the screenshot, did you in any way, shape, or form alter or delete any of the content within that text message from January 28th and the 29th with Colin Albert?
No.
And with reference to changing times or time zones or anything on text messages, before Mr. Yannetti asked you any of those questions, were you aware of any of those things as things that you could do with your phone?
No.
With regard to Life 360, what, if any, knowledge do you have as far as the accuracy of sort of the timestamps that are contained within that app?
Well, I'm not sure, but on the photo he showed me, it says like turn Wi-Fi on. So that like remind Allie to turn Wi-Fi on. So that could have affected the accuracy.
And that was on literally every single one of the alerts that was on that page that he showed you?
Every single one.
Now, Canton High School, do you know what street that's on?
Washington Street, I believe.
And
yeah.
About how far a ride is it from Canton High School to your house?
7-8 minutes, 10, I'm not sure.
You were in the bubble of Canton High School at 1:28 in the morning. Could you have possibly been in the bubble of your home at 1:30 in the morning?
No.
And unless you were going 90 miles an hour in a snowstorm?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about that time frame of August of 2023 when you were asked and you turned over sort of screenshots to troopers from the state police, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about previous times indicating that you weren't asked and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and then it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
By the defense.
And around that time of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, you're close friends with Colin Albert, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything else, has either your family or Colin Albert and his family undergone over the course of pendency of this case?
Objection. No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment.
Harassment by who?
Bloggers, people online.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
no, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So the people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment are we talking
about? Constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection. I'll allow it. Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
crying? Is she crying? Hold up, y'all got to bear with me for just a minute, because I know this girl ain't crying. Hold up, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Y'all, I'm sorry. I was trying to. My homegirl, Miss J, she had just called me, so I was trying to rap with Miss J real quick, see what was going on, because I ain't been on TikTok. And I'm half listening to her, half listening to this. And I look up and I see, is this girl crying?
Or being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking
Can you rephrase?
with reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time. What, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well, no, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment are we
Constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Focus on this.
John was
witness,
there.
not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school.
Well,
just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Be careful.
And how long a period of time has that?
Rocky.
Very long time.
Thank you. I have no further.
Get out.
All right, Ms. McCabe, you're all set.
Girl, why does Bev talk about you all set?
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Colin Albert to the stand.
All right, guys, here's Colin.
Step on me. Remain standing and face the front.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and during the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He does not. He will not. He got him a little ugly haircut and everything.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Colin Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my mother, my father, and my two brothers,
Does he
And
talk like this the
your
whole
mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your two brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
Yeah, I am glad. I am happy to skip to Cross because I am the middle child. I ain't gonna be able to do it, Colin. But the sad part, guys. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hey, Campbell. Thank you, Campbell. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, y'all. I'm going to skip to day 13, because Bev is going to stop court for the day. So give me just a second. I'm going to go to day 13 and we can start it cross. Damn, y'all, we moving right along. That's crazy. We've gone through 13 days of trial. Oh God. If Mariah wasn't coming, I'd stay on here till late, but she's got to get her hair done because she's going out of town tomorrow. She'll be pissed if I'm still on this stream by the time she gets here. I could see her unplugging my computer for real. She'd actually do that. And I don't have time to play with her. She'd do that for real. Okay, y'all. All right. He's still up there. Oh, yes. Alan is going to do cross. Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not
Robert,
talking about Mariah. Your Mariah be doing
One more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
Could it have been a year ago? Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Rephrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Did you speak to your parents?
No.
Did you speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before you didn't phrase the question, you didn't understand my question?
No.
Please.
Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sits
So I have to ask you those same things. If I'm doing any independent research or investigation.
In order to prepare for your testimony?
What? Yes.
Tell me when. Just ignored the fact that both of them tested for your statements?
My lawyer.
Other than your, you can speak to.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Did you speak to your parents?
No.
Did you speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lallick at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Ellen, thank you. Thank you again so much for the super chat. Ellen says someone made a pretty accurate song recapping this whole testimony, but it has Proctor in it as well, so it may be too soon. It's Turtle Boy's intro, and I'm going to go listen to it. I think after this weekend, I'll be up for doing some Turtle Boy recap because we've gotten through about I'm a third of the witnesses, so I think I'll be okay.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
Brooklyn, I'm not
What
gonna
did you
say
talk
here.
about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. Spoke with Mr. Lau.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning?
Objection.
Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
Alan.
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Yeah.
Nope.
No social media?
Liar.
No, I don't have social media.
No news,
Not anymore.
no news coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know
Nothing.
zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Kennedy.
Correct.
Out of my head, nope. Nope.
Did you talk to Alli before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Alli before she testified yesterday?
The day before.
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Alli.
I don't remember.
Bro. Why would they lie about
So you have
something
no
that-
independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous,
Just say, "I don't
just say, I
remember."
don't remember?
Yep.
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
Yep.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Cal.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., right?
Yeah, he remembers
Down
that.
to the minute.
Correct.
How you remember that?
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Alli?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't, you're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Bro, he don't know anything.
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony.
Exactly.
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such.
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
You mentioned that to your mom.
He just up there lying.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting?
No.
About this massive murder case.
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way.
He be lying.
Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. It's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Ladley ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
He asked you about any comments you've ever made online? Any fights you've ever been in?
That's why I know it's
Nope.
to it.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt,
Friendly with my aunt.
Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach? Okay. I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. May I? Yes. Thank you. Take a look at that photo.
No,
Tell me
it's
if you
Summer.
recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Y'all, I'm gonna say it again. I don't know what happened to John O'Keefe. I also don't know why, like, John's parents are thinking Karen did this. There's no way in hell these people would lie this much. They won't even answer questions if they had nothing to hide. There's no way in hell they would sit up here talking about, I don't remember, I don't know. Oh, trying to separate the relationships. Like, there's no way they'd be doing this if they weren't guilty of something. It just wouldn't happen. I don't understand. I really would like to talk to John mama and say, girl, what's up? Why the family don't see that these people lying?
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
So we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was
Yes or no?
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
He is Alice.
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Great.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Because they are saving them. And who just said it? Alice. You can notice with all of them, they're all waiting for their objection. It's as if Lally said, listen, don't be afraid. If he asks something that I don't think you need to answer, I will object to it. Just wait. Him and Allie, they really are like looking over, waiting for something. They're looking at someone in that courtroom. And somebody said that they got 2 aunts sitting over there behind the O'Keefes. You can tell, baby, they're waiting. They're like, please. Certain questions, especially Alli. Oh, God, that's why she was crying. The anxiety just was overwhelming. Alli couldn't take her eyes away from over there. Oh, hold up. And then here go Bev again, another sidebar. I'm sick.
Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You
Ain't no
consider
objection.
the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I just me, y'all. I know there's a reason why they're
I may have just a moment.
this, but I'm like, damn, he was like 17 at the time. What? What are you doing?
Look,
And why?
paragraph 1, it's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State?
Tracy, you have to remember, someone told me this on X, and we've seen it here. Brian Albert didn't put him in the house. Nicole Albert didn't put him in the house. Alli is saying he left. Everyone is making it a point to make sure Colin is not placed in that house. Hey, Shameen. So everyone is making sure that he isn't placed in the house. By the time they find out he's there, it's all this time later. They said Colin's not mentioned in many of the reports as being in the house. So gotta remember that too.
Correct.
May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Alli.
Yes.
Wow.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it.
He gotta be asking, why are they going so hard to protect him and not put him
Yes?
in jail?
May I? Yes. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about. You just read.
I still don't remember.
Do you recall that it says that you testified? Question: how long did
Objection.
the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional.
Yeah. I miss it. Can you use different words, please? Alan Nash said, was he being mean?
No, I'd say.
Yeah, because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly, cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Was he being mean? I love AJ. He is. I like Annette too because I see he gets slick too.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
Made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second? May I have that, please?
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. You appeared under oath. You appeared with your lawyer. You gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Alli, correct?
Correct.
Alli is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text them, probably not call
Either or.
them. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alli. You've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alli.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
Nick, we gonna laugh over here. That's one thing we want to do.
Mayor, yes. A copy of 81.
8 text messages just for a
I
pickup.
just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your
Right.
May I have that back?
I thought you meant approach over here. Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
You'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You're just asking Alli to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap.
What the rest
After
of the messages?
January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Alli did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, we can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Alli McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Alli didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
Yeah.
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms?
Went to
and maybe
Snapchat.
Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
They went to
No
Snapchat.
reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
They went to
You switched
Snap.
platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Yep.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
What?
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
Mm.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You don't
Objection.
remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alli McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Mhm.
Oh,
Is that right?
That's not true.
Well, then why you?
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe,
Damn.
your communications with your best friend, Alli, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we're just looking at and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Alli McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
Screenshot.
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Mm-mm.
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction.
Yeah,
Cell
he
phone,
did.
did
It's him.
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data the dates and times and geolocations. Have you ever heard of that?
Y'all, did they win this battle of the phones and extractions? Did they win because Bev didn't allow it? Because for me, everyone in that house and Karen are suspects, right? If Karen had to turn over her phone, they should have to turn over their phones. And that's everyone who was in that home that night. They should have had to turn over their phone. So did they lose that battle because of Bev? Bev, I'm sure it was because of her.
That referred to as metadata.
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving, you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo?
Correct.
And he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about them.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February of 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Then I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
1, 2.
DE and FF. Thank you. Okay.
Present these to the witness.
Yes.
May we approach?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them in the rest.
I've heard of him, but I haven't seen him yet. So I'm anxious to see him because people keep telling me about him. We're almost done with day 12. So when I do get off of here to do my child's hair, I'll come back after I do her hair, as long as she's not making me do something else. Because we're almost done with day 12. I'd like to finish that today. People don't like me doing their hair, y'all, so I won't get on live. I don't like being on live without showing the camera. Alan's little hair is just so funny to me. I think it's his forehead, and he got the nerve to have a little slick back.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
Let me Google him.
May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Surround. Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26th, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
May I publish the
Put it into evidence first.
move for the admission of just EE?
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The exhibit 85, you want to take, excuse me,
Ma'am?
Yes.
Do you see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
What happened to his face?
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. At what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event, some sort of just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Damn.
Correct.
You did not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
Not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Robert? We can lights up.
I was at a party, my house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
What?
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Y'all got
Correct.
to stop playing with me.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt,
Yes.
and you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Colin, that don't even make sense.
Seriously?
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You put your palms down?
Man, who fall on their knuckles?
No.
Felt your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Y'all,
Nope.
that man punched the shit out of somebody.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
Who balls up their fist to catch?
And in this
these
case, when you
knuckles?
fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
He punched something.
I'd say yeah.
He punched something. He didn't fall on his damn knuckle. He can save that shit for somebody else.
When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
Gary,
I don't remember.
They've got to go.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
That poor family got to sit through this. Like, I don't understand how they still blame Karen. It's so much more evident. Somebody posted on my X account today and said, first of all, because I don't have, do y'all in the comments, are you guys aware of why I don't have a profile picture on X? I'm gonna see who really be listening to me. Do y'all remember why I don't have a profile picture on X? It's a reason for it. Because I do post my videos. Clearly my videos are okay, but there's a reason why I don't have a profile picture on X. Because Elon be hating on me. Yes, Elon doesn't like me. So I don't have a profile picture on X. And y'all was so funny. The person said Mel is not even real. She hasn't even listed one thing that Karen said with one thing about Karen being guilty. I said, baby, it's literally because I hadn't heard anything. I am 12 days in at this point. I have not heard one piece of evidence that makes me think Karen did it. Autumn said, because you're beautiful. Too many DMs. Autumn, I am beautiful, but baby, my DMs dry as hell. Okay. And when people pop in them, girl, if I don't know who it is, like recognize their page and it's a man, I just delete it. I delete it. If you hop in my DM and I don't recognize your screen name from like my lives, baby, I just delete it. Don't even want to give you the wrong impression. I just delete it. Bev is the judge for the new trial. Elon is gonna give me, surprisingly, my videos haven't like picked up because I do think they use AI. That's how he was catching me those last 3 times. They use AI, and I do believe too, because people are actually talking to me, engaging with me, maybe he's like, okay, this is not a real person. Those first 2 pages, I was just doing a lot of sharing. I really wasn't talking much on there. So I am running from the feds on X, baby. I wish he'd give me my other page. My other page didn't have no followers because this is about my 6th Twitter page. But yeah, okay, y'all, let's go back. The man was like, oh, she's not even a real person. Damn, I'm just high from Elon. You're a real person.
So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here. It wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All right, to the court, please.
You thought I said my dad. No, I'm running from Elon, child. I had an X account a while ago that I created just so that I could follow the Colorado buffs. And in the process of creating that page, again, I was just liking a lot of tweets and sharing stuff. But I do think I was sharing too many pro-black tweets for Elon's liking. They thought I was a bot. So then I made another page and I put a profile picture up, and they were like, hey, they emailed me and said, hey, we think you're trying to evade suspension. So that's how I got my second page. It's my third page.
So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
Separated.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck.
Hold up, y'all.
The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
What?
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Bang, bang.
Yes, sir.
Your advantage boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all on. Pull up, bitch.
Pull up, bitch. That's why y'all put that in my chat.
Okay. And the next one, please.
Let's go, boy. You be knocked out. Hey, oh, bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take the.
Damn, Colin must grew up in Memphis. That boy said, pull up, bitch. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Those 2 videos, one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Who the bitch?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school.
Oh,
Around.
Where were you?
I want to know. I want him to say, who was the bitch you wanted to pull up?
Don't remember.
So your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
Okay.
All right, so play
What's it, guys?
GG first, please.
I wish I could have seen Colin's face when they played it.
Yes.
Young Revenge boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up.
He mean it too.
Pull up, bitch.
Pull up, bitch. He mean it. He mean it.
Okay, and the next one,
Pull up,
please.
bitch. He means it. That boy said knocked out. Dang it, 'cause what were they
May I
playing?
inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those 2 videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the Advantage Boys and one the Bang Bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the Advantage Boys video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
So your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually
Wait
say?
a minute.
That I would fuck them up.
Say it, Colin.
You also said
Hold
something
up.
about,
Cause he
I
gonna
said
say
I will
that-
F you up.
he gonna have to say that shit with his chest like you did in that video. You didn't say that I will fuck you up. You didn't say that, Colin. You said I will fuck you up. You said it with your whole chest, Colin. You don't the hard F. The hard F. And I like that Alan said, no, you didn't say I would F you up. Cause I didn't hear that either, Alan. He even said that boy said, pull up, bitch, with a pause in between. Colin, you meant business. Stand on business, Colin.
no, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these Advantage Boys guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
It's so funny because he really had a pause in between that. He said, pull up, bitch. It was a pause in between there. He meant business. And he wanted whoever he was talking to, he wanted you to feel that bitch. Baby, I don't know how to feel. And I was like, dang, he's 17. But looking at that video, he's 17 with a little chip on his shoulder. Anytime you get on your phone and say, pull up, bitch. Colin was ready for some action. Colin a beast. He said the shit out that word. Colin is a beast. Do you hear me? Colin is a beast. And I'm sorry, I can't look at him like a little 17-year-old boy anymore. Especially if he's been drinking. And if Chloe did help him out with John and his uncles, I could see it. I could see it.
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening him yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here. Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Tell him, Allen.
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been the same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt, and on the same night, you just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
But you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up
Nope.
at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
Mariah is not here with me. I'm going to finish Colin. She only getting the front of her hair braided.
July 27th, 2023. Do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's a student.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Yet again.
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist.
A haymaker crazy.
Objection.
Oh,
A haymaker
right?
crazy.
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year?
Correct.
And relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
I gotta pause the live and say shout out to my niece because my niece is watching the live and she said, "What's this case about?" I'm telling her about it. She like, so I gotta send my send her a little brief synopsis of what it's about. But can y'all tell my niece Terica, hey, in the chat? She is never really watching, but she watching on here today. So please tell my girl, hey. And thank you so much, most talkative. I might have you beat though. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much. And everyone who's become a member today. Thank you guys.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
And was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have money on.
Yes.
That's all I have this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire?
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true.
No, he said he doing
in front of the jury, he said, "I've never been in a fight."
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. his arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very, very family oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or, odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person who was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both, but yes, it also goes to our third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the jurors' attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer?
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow...
Yeah, I don't want to show John O'Keefe's autopsy photos here, but please go look at him. The man had 2 black eyes. Now, I'm going to have to look and see if he was laying in the snow, would it have been caused, but he had 2 fat black eyes, bruises over his body, like all over the top part of his body. You're not going to tell me. There's no evidence that he was beat. You just don't want to say he was beat. That man was beat.
Counsel to introduce this purely for, prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is. And more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got 2 black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay, so may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking them.
They aren't as bad as I was thinking, guys. So hold on, let me show you. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in on them. This is his arm, y'all. This is his arm, and if you guys can look at those scratches, that's why people think the dog had something to do with it. Look at the scratches. Look, that's his arm again. That's his arm again. Hold up. Look at his hand. Look at his hand. Do y'all see that? And not only his hand. Zoom in. Look at his body. Look at his body. Hold on, y'all. I think my ride about to walk in. Hold up. I don't want Barty to be barking. Hold up. His head. Laceration in his head. His eyes. 2 black eyes. Nothing about that says I've been hit by a car. It looks like he's been beat. And you won't convince me he hasn't been beat or not. I'm gonna have to go with the beat. The fall wouldn't even make all of that stuff like on his like a fall wouldn't even do that. All of the stuff on his body. I can't even see a fall doing that. He got hit at some point. At some point, let me share my screen again so we can get back to we're watching with Colin. And y'all give me, I got to go on mute because Barty's about to bark. So hold on.
All right. So why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
Court, all right.
Marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay. So let's wait a minute. Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
So I guess she's gonna let it in, y'all.
And so, remind you, you're still under oath.
Go. Hey, this is over. Go ahead and say bye. We're almost done. We're almost done with this testimony. Oh, give me a hug. Give me a hug, girl. You don't miss me or something? Never mind. Then why would you do that? Man, you know I don't like that. That was so messy. That was very messy. Okay, y'all.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay. So let's wait a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, your advantage boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously felt? Let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You asked about another.
Now, Forrest Dump, you being messy. Talking about some DoorDash pull up. You know that begging ass girl standing beside me, and you were here talking about DoorDash pull up.
You can buy me something? Can I get $20? I need to get my eyebrows waxed.
See what I be talking about, Forrest? You on here starting shit, and I thought we were cool. You on here starting shit.
Don't tell me no.
Videos at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
That was under the oath?
Correct.
Same oath that you took here?
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
Same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm going to fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm going to beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef for a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm going to fuck you up, I'm going to beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
It's my favorite one.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
No, I'm gonna have to play that on TikTok.
Yes.
I want you
More of an insult,
video.
Yeah, more of an insult.
calling someone out,
Yep.
making them feel bad,
Yeah.
prompting them to maybe fight.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment.
Correct.
And then you said KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fists and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yeah.
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again.
Hold up. Aaron, she needs to do something for you, Aaron. This not think it is.
I'm about to be good at wax.
Aaron, this is my child for real. I'm sorry, y'all, but this is my child. We do that type of stuff all the time, and she does. I say she does not look like me, but she acts just like me. They said, Mariah, please. Aaron, she does not. I'm sending it to her right now, Aaron. She doesn't look like me, but the girl does act like me. She is foolish. She is foolish, y'all.
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said. Here, you said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form, yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you can fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Damn, Colin.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
And tell her that. Ash, Mariah said, tell my chat. What you say?
They cool until they try to be funny.
No, you said they real and
They some bosses.
she said, tell your chat they real and they some bosses until they be trying to be funny. She said, talking about ask my daddy. You text him for me then. Oh, we gotta go forward. Hold on.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Alli McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any interviews, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners, other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young was young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12,
So he had
11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would see him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come into contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Alli McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Alli McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that?
Exactly.
And
I am going to say this. Someone put this in the chat earlier, and I do agree. I don't know about LJ, but I do know my oldest. Sometimes when she says text, she's talking about Instagram. And I'm like, that's not a text, that's a DM. You know, but a lot of kids do swap between these different social media sites when talking to people. However, I do think it was purposeful that they spoke, that they talked in Snapchat after this man was found dead. I do agree that this is common. Kids, you know, kids do this. Key definitely, because every time she says, they text me, I'm like, how'd they get your number? She's like, no, Instagram. So I'm not familiar with that. I would say DM, you know, but I do believe they went to Snapchat on purpose. I do. She said it's called Snap. Okay, well, I do believe they went to Snap on purpose.
Call it Snap.
They said don't call it Snapchat, call it Snap. But I do believe they went there on purpose.
The top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? Text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Thank you.
Yeah. That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Alli McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
When you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing, nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
It's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again?
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
And Yates, knowing that you can recover it makes me wonder why Karen's team isn't allowed to get their messages. Like, I feel like there's something in those messages because they felt like it would delete. Why can't we get their messages and why can't we get phone records? I really need that.
As far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An Advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey?
Nope.
At any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group, a couple of the girls in our friend group, like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
Y'all are murderers, though.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months.
Well,
Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set.
Why the hell does Bill
I think
always
that
holler? All right,
goes back to Mr.
you're
Jackson.
all set.
Did you leave something for the witness stand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yeah, sure. On the Commonwealth to call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
Step right up. Watch the step. Remain standing and take the court.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take the stand. Ooh.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yeah, hold on. I want to start him, but let me see something real quick. Yeah, we're not gonna finish his on this day. They don't finish him. So I'll just stop here. Because I forgot Lally's probably gonna take forever with him. She said Mariah's not gonna stream. Mariah let us have fun. She was fine. She's doing something with her hair, so I was just gonna keep going. But his testimony, that is the truth. His testimony stops. They stop his testimony. So I'll just wait. We'll just wait and do it. She said he's so awkward. They all look alike. Like, that is really strange to me. They all really look alike. I I can't play it on here because YouTube will strike my video. But if I'm on TikTok later, I'll play it. I'll play it. No promises, but if I'm done with her hair in the next hours, no, it won't be the next hour. She getting some breaks. It's really pushing it. I know it's really pushing it. I'll just see y'all tomorrow. let me not be doing it, and I won't watch anything. I'll just see y'all tomorrow. I have 2 mail out orders from the Millionaire Girls Club shirts. So I think the post office opens at noon. So I'm going to go to the post office, be there when they open so that I can be back to stream. My plan is 1 o'clock to be on, but I'll stream about 4 to 6 hours, something like that. I might go longer. Y'all know how it goes. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. If y'all clean up on Saturdays and y'all just in the house kicking shit, join the live. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on Sunday. I told y'all my goal for April was to be streaming every day of April. So I will be on. Y'all enjoy the rest of your night. And for everyone who became a member of my on my YouTube channel today, thank you guys so much. Thank you for all of the super chats. Thank you so much for engaging in the comments. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for being here. She said, don't burn yourself out. Girl, I'll be on here having a good time. And y'all know I had some good sleep last night. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys on tomorrow. We will pick up with Matt McCabe, who is Jen McCabe's husband. So we'll pick up with him tomorrow. And we'll probably do 12, 13, and 14 tomorrow. So we'll do 3 days tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Have a good night. See y'all later.